Check. 1, 2. All right. Welcome, everyone, to day 4 or day last June council meeting here in Roanoke Park. Before we get on to our agenda items, I'll turn to Executive Director Burden for any announcements or updates. Merrick?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. This is the last day of our council meeting. Just a update again, we did shuffle the agenda around yesterday, and so we'll be starting the day off with D2, which is the council's response to the executive orders and administrative updates. Then following that, we'll move into fiscal matters and proceed to the balance of the agenda. We're planning to, of course, have a longer mid-morning break than usual, just to accommodate checkout and things like that. So we'll aim for about 9:30 or 10 for that break. Otherwise, I don't believe I have any other announcements, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll turn to Kelly Ames to get us going on D2. Kelly.
Good morning, Chair Pettinger, council members. This is agenda item D2, council response to executive orders and administration updates. Recall earlier in the week under D1, the National Marine Fishery Service provided a presentation on Executive Order 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness, and that is attachment 1 under D1. In that executive order, section 4 of the EO requires that each regional fishery management council submit a prioritized list of recommended actions to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and to increase production of sustainable fisheries. Building upon EO 13921 from 2020, Promoting American Seafood Competitiveness and Economic Growth, which is attachment 2 under agenda item D1, EO 14276 specifies that identified actions should stabilize markets, improve access, enhance economic profitability, and prevent closures. NMFS has requested the council prepare a response to the EO by September 1st using the NMFS template, which is in attachment 4 under D1. At the CCC meeting, NMFS indicated flexibility with the September 1 deadline, and as such, we are planning on a 2-council meeting process with final action scheduled at the September council meeting and transmittal shortly thereafter. There is not flexibility to go beyond the EO deadline of October 14th. Under this agenda item, the council is expected to identify actions that support the EO goals. Items previously prioritized by the council are listed in your year at a glance, agenda item C5, attachment 1, the groundfish workload and management measures priorities that you adopted in March 2025, and there's a link there to the website where those priorities are summarized, and the coastal pelagic species science and management priorities that you adopted in April 2025. Again, here there's also a link to our fact sheet, and at the bottom you will find the summary of your science and management priorities. Identifying appropriate tasks and their priorities may best be enabled through the development of a criteria that aligns with the EO and the application of said criteria to council priorities. The council is also expected in September to recommend a desired timeline for implementation of your priorities. To meet the EO responses, the executive director proposes the following approach. At this meeting, the council should identify actions that meet the intent of the EO. These actions may be new, planned, or ongoing, and provide relevant guidance on the factors to consider when identifying priorities. Over the summer, staff will refine and apply criteria to the identified council actions to determine their alignment with the EO and the council's prioritization thereof. We will also coordinate with the West Coast Region and Science Centers to align resources necessary to achieve the council's priorities. And then at the September council meeting, you will finalize your recommendations and response. Council action under this agenda item is then to identify tasks, actions that meet the EO goals, provide guidance on the factors to consider when identifying priorities, and provide guidance on the process to respond to the EO. In your briefing materials, you should see several advisory body reports, and I believe those folks are queued up to read them. If not, I am happy to do so. And again, your task here is to identify actions and provide guidance on prioritization factors and process as appropriate. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on the agenda item overview, or we can move right into advisory body reports.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Questions for Kelly on her overview? All right, seeing none, and I see the EWG report. I see Tommy, Dr. Moore is online. So would you like to read that in, Kelly, or am I missing that?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Moore was going to present on the Ecosystem Workgroup report on council response to executive orders and administration updates. The EWG discussed the executive orders and updates during their May 27 meeting. As the primary advisory body responsible for stewarding the California Current Ecosystem Status Report through the council process and the lead advisory body for Ecosystem Initiative 4, the EWG offers the following comments on how these activities help align the work of the council with guidance from the executive order on restoring American seafood competitiveness, especially with respect to analytical practice that will improve responsiveness of fisheries management to real-time ocean conditions. The ESR and its appendices include recent and near real-time information on ocean conditions that span all of the council's FMPs and connect those conditions to outlooks for the population dynamics and distributions of council-managed species. The development of risk tables as part of the groundfish stock assessments in fiscal year 25, a direct outcome of Ecosystem Initiative 4, allows for the inclusion of more recent ocean conditions in the harvest advice provided to the council. Specifically, there is a category for environmental and ecosystem conditions in the risk tables that allow the SSC to adopt a higher or lower level of scientific uncertainty associated with the population status estimate. The EWG also continues to support the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team's proposal from March 2025 to streamline and modernize the ESR by moving some of that information online, similar to NOAA's marine heatwave reports or to the reports dashboard for the Pacific Fishery Information Network. With the Council, the EWG and science centers are also working on implementing and evaluating dynamic ocean management approaches that increase responsiveness to ecosystem conditions. As an example, EcoCast was created as a fishery assistant tool to achieve conservation objectives while avoiding fisheries time area closures, such as the Pacific Leatherback Conservation Area. EcoCast was developed with fishery participants for efficiency purposes to better identify places to fish and those to avoid. The EcoCast team worked closely with the council and fishermen from the start on what would be the most useful for proposed exempted fishing permits. The concept, construction, and implementation of EcoCast has been presented at multiple fishermen town halls. This and other dynamic ocean management tools can directly support more rapid response to changing ecosystem conditions.
All right, thank you, Kelly. See if there's any questions for the EWG report, but I'm not sure if Kelly can answer them. So, all right, with that, we'll go to the GAP report and Jeff Lackey. Morning, Jeff.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jeff Lackey. I'll be reading from Agenda Item D2A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, GAP Report on Council Response to Presidential Executive Orders and Administrative Updates. The GAP reviewed the documents under this agenda item and discussed potential ideas with the Council Deputy Director Kelly Ames and Staff Officer Jesse Waller and determined some of the GAP's ideas and suggestions have already been mentioned or addressed. The GAP's highest priorities are discussed under Agenda Item E7, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Harvest Specifications Flexibility. Sorry, I lost my place. I scrolled and, sorry. Outside of the items in Specs Flex and associated items for stock assessments, the GAP also expressed interest in the following in no particular order. First is Trawl Catch Share Program follow-on actions. The GAP realized this has not been scheduled on the preliminary year-to-glance schedule, but it is important to get any follow-on actions from the review into regulations as soon as possible. This will make the trawl catch share program more efficient in the long run and increase the opportunity and profitability for trawl program fishermen and processors. The trawl catch share program review workshop summary, at which trawl industry representatives voluntarily met to discuss ideas and help support the council's review process. Second, move the midwater rockfish exempted fishing permit into regulation. While this was recommended as a groundfish priority by council in March 2025, it is yet to be scheduled on the YAG. The EFP has collected 8 years of data, and it has been a constant frustration for the gap on a clear indication of when EFP has gathered enough information to make the provisions in EFP. In this case, gear changes and access to different areas moved into regulations. The GAP recommends NIMS consider moving this EFP into regulation outside of the council process in order to meet the EO's intended goals of stabilizing markets, improving access, and enhancing economic profitability. Third, the ability to turn off vessel monitoring system. Currently, fishermen who need to have VMS units on their vessels cannot turn them off and must pay for the service year-round. However, if a fisherman wants to use the boat for non-fishing activity, or when the boat is tied to the dock, or to fish the season in a fishery that doesn't require VMS, there is no option to turn it off and must pay for the service, even if they have officially declared out of the fishery. Turning off the VMS for days or months at a time will decrease the cost and allow for more efficiency in the fishing operation. Fourth, re-examine how cost recovery regulations are implemented. While ideally, the requirement for cost recovery would be removed from the MSA, the GAP recommends the Council consider how cost recovery regulations have been implemented at the Pacific Council. As noted in the GAP's March 2025 statement on the NIMS report, as an example, the mothership sector has the highest cost recovery percentage implemented in the year with the lowest associated revenue. Fifth, streamline monitoring in the trawl fishery. Currently, the trawl catch share program is subject to 200% monitoring, with vessels monitored at 100% electronic or human observer and 100% monitoring when the catch is delivered shoreside. Streamlining this by eliminating shoreside catch monitoring and/or reducing vessel monitoring to a level that is statistically reliable for fisheries management would decrease cost to fishermen and processors, thereby creating greater efficiencies in the catch share program. Alternatively, changing the certification requirements for shoreside monitors, as outlined in Supplemental Informational Report 3, the Trawl Program Review Workshop Summary, could provide much-needed cost savings. 6, remove non-trawl RCAs. This is a tool held over from management regimes more than 20 years ago. Since that time, the Council NIMS has developed more discrete forms of management, like specific block area closures that can be used instead. Additionally, accessing these areas will relieve pressure on current areas and provide fishermen more flexibility. 7, remove trawl RCAs off Washington. Similar to the suggestion to remove non-trawl RCAs, removing the trawl RCA off Washington would decrease the cost and increase the efficiency of trawl vessels off Washington. Fishery managers make better tools for more discrete area management, and the trawl fishery operates under a catch share program with full catch accountability. Additionally, foot rope restrictions already provide habitat protections. In other words, fishing effort will not be concentrated in one area off the coast of Washington, and fishermen wouldn't consistently be bumping up against RCA boundaries. 8, allowing rolling annual ACLs. Consider a revision to the National Standard 1 by which catch could be compared against the total harvest specifications across 2 fishing years. Total mortality is already assumed when setting harvest specifications. The current carryover guidance prevents rollover above the year 2 OFL. A rolling annual catch limit would allow for full carryover of unutilized fish that is already assumed to be dead. 9, allow vessels with groundfish aboard to fish for non-groundfish species in areas closed to groundfish fishing. Vessels seeking to fish for highly migratory species such as tuna seaward of groundfish areas must return to port to offload groundfish before pursuing fishing for tuna. This adds to fuel expense to vessels and boats lose time and opportunity, perhaps missing an active bite, by having to run miles back to port before offloading and running back offshore. 10. Allow for VMS declaration changes at sea. While a few vessel declarations can currently be changed at sea, the Council should change the policy so that all declarations can be changed at sea. Similar to number 9, this would alleviate the need to run back to port and make the declaration and then return to sea to fish. The GAP would also like to bring attention to the fact that many of the issues facing fisheries and impeding competitiveness on the domestic and international markets are outside the Council's purview. Even so, the GAP feels that it is important to highlight this in the event that other agencies could positively affect American fisheries would benefit from the immense wealth and knowledge the Council and its advisory bodies possess. Example, this include tariffs and infrastructure, which are major factors in achieving the stated goals of the EO that would be well informed by Council and advisory body input. And that concludes the report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on the GAP statement? I'm not seeing hands. Thank you, Jeff. Next up would be the GMT report and James Phillips. James, good morning.
Good morning, Council. For the record, my name is James Phillips from the Groundfish Management Team. Now we'll be reading our report on executive orders and administrative updates. Groundfish Management Team considered the executive orders, priorities, stabilize markets, improve access, enhance economic profitability, prevent closures, and identifies groundfish-related Pacific Fishery Management Council actions and tasks responsive to these priorities. Taking into account workload and capacity, the GMT reviewed the year at a glance and found most Council agenda items fit all 4 priorities. Since almost all currently agendized items have substantial workload, any reductions in the National Marine Fisheries Service or Council staff and time and resources directly impacts the capacity to meet the executive order's priorities. The majority of GMT work related to the agenda items listed below, such as attending Council meetings, report writing, analyzing data, presenting information to the Council, also supports all 4 EO priorities. The agenda item listed below meet the priorities outlined in the EO, and removal from the YAG would limit the Council's abilities to achieve the stated executive order priorities. While the list below only looks at those agenda items currently scheduled on the YAG, the GMT also notes that nearly all issues of the groundfish workload and new management measure priority list also address the 4 EO priorities specifically, as they are often aimed at improving the groundfish fishery to achieve optimum utilization. The Pacific Coast Groundfish Fisheries Management Plan goals and objectives are also designed to stabilize markets, improve access, enhance economic profitability, and prevent closures. Collectively, these documents and workload lists feed into current agenda items, primarily through the harvest specifications and management measures process, or could be agendized separately to restore American seafood competitiveness as workload and staffing resources allow. The list below is agenda items from the YAG that meet all 4 priorities. I won't read them out loud, just specify too that some of the YAG items currently agendized hit multiple, they're all kind of roughly the same, so we tried to lump those together. And then there was one item on the list below, the agenda item might not directly meet a specific EO. However, this item leads to public involvement and can initiate actions that would achieve the executive orders as well. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, James. Question on the GMT report? Okay, thank you. And next will be the HMS Advisory Subpanel report. Sure.
Good morning, Chairman and Council members. My name is Dave Rudy. I'm the Chairman of the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel. The Advisory Subpanel appreciates the Council's undertaking a discussion of how to best respond to executive orders and administrative updates. The Advisory Subpanel began having conversations on specific measures that could benefit U.S. HMS fisheries, but were unable to develop any specific recommendations for this meeting. At a high level, things we are considering included but not limited to market access, including reducing barriers to creation of new processing opportunities. The Fisheries Innovation Work Group is in improving the exempted fishing permit process and considering consideration of foreign HMS fisheries impacts on domestic production markets, Executive Order 14276. We look forward to the Council's September meeting where we envision having more concrete recommendations after additional engagement with its interesting fishery stakeholders. Thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Questions for the advisory subpanel? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. That takes care of our reports. Our e-portal is down right now, so people can't sign up. So I think if anybody's online listening, if you'd like to testify, we're going to pause here and just let you raise your hand, and we'll just take you one at a time and get through that. So I'll look to see if anybody hands come up, and I guess I'll let the tower line folks up. So what's that? Dave Kashida? Dave, you there?
Can you hear me now?
We can, Dave. Hey, welcome.
Oh, okay. Well, good morning, Chair Pettinger, council members and staff. Thanks for having me, and thanks for all the work on this agenda item. As a stakeholder in the fisheries, I support the executive orders, and they sound good that they will be able to make American fishing great again. However, the problem is that due to staffing and budget cuts, the agencies that are being mandated to do these are getting hamstrung. How are we going to be able to accomplish these tasks when we already have enough work and you're cutting the resources for us to get this done? So I just wanted to put that on the record that as a stakeholder, I do support them. However, I don't see how they're going to be able to be implemented. So I've written my two senators and my state congressman, asking them to help, and hopefully they can put their partisan bias aside and actually work for the good of the fisheries. So that's it. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave on his testimony? Asia Shumilo?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Dave, for reaching out to your elected representatives to discuss how this impacts you directly, and just, a word to encourage you to tell others to do the same. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anybody else? I'm not seeing hands. Thanks, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. I know Lori Steele wants to testify, but I don't know if she needs to raise her hand or what she needs to do, but she did text me that she, there we go. Lori, are you there? I'm not sure why, because she is online. Okay. If people are just tuning in here, our e-portal is down, and so we're going to take testimony by folks raising their hand and get in queue. So if you want to do that. Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, Lori. Yes, welcome.
Hey, good morning. Thank you. My name is Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. I tried to get on the e-portal this morning and couldn't, so I was just gonna go ahead and forego my testimony. But since you called on me, I just, I guess I just want to support the gap statement largely, and emphasize the importance of this opportunity to try to get some of these regulations, try to get some of this stuff off the books in the groundfish FMP that we've been talking about getting off the books for years. I think I'm glad it's a two-council process, and I guess I'll just reserve most of my comments for later, and work with the council staff and the GAP to try to get some more specific recommendations forward in September. I am the trawl gear EFP manager, the Midwater Rockfish EFP, and I've been managing that EFP for 8 years. And so I am really hopeful that at the very least we might have an opportunity to take care of what I call some low hanging fruit, like the regulations that I'm dealing with in the EFP. You know, moving the trial gear EFP into regulation is simply a matter of just erasing regulations off the books. As far as I can tell, it doesn't require new regulations. It is like in the EFP terms and conditions, there was a list of regulations that the EFP provides exemptions for. So it's as easy as just identifying those regulations to be taken off the books. The GAP has identified several issues like that where we just have carryover regulations. I really am unclear on what the process is related to this executive order, and it doesn't sound like really anybody's super clear on that. But I'm hopeful that there's an opportunity here to maybe somehow get some of this stuff done quicker than having to go through the full council process, you know, and you know, a timeline that extends, you know, well into next year to get some of this done, especially with such limited resources. So I really wasn't prepared to say much more, so I'll just leave it there. But thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to the GAP and all of the advisory bodies for their hard work on this one.
All right. Thank you, Lori. Okay, questions for Lori on her testimony? All right. Seeing any hands? Thanks, Lori. And I'll look to see if there's anybody else has raised their hand. Nope. Okay. All right. Well, that will conclude public comment and take us to council action. Oop, oop, oop. Yes, Jamie Diamond. Sorry.
Sorry, I thought you were still asking for just online.
Oh. Welcome, Jamie.
Good morning, Chair, council members, and staff. I am Jamie Diamond. I own charter fishing vessels out of Santa Barbara, California. And I appreciate the work that went into the GAP report on this agenda item, highlighting that specs flex are the priority as part of this, but then there are these other additional items that have been brought forward. And while I know that the action here is for the really heavier on the commercial side of supporting U.S. seafood and the industry, there are several items within the GAP statement that will also support recreational fisheries. And so I just wanted to highlight item number 8, allow rolling annual catch limits, and 9, allow vessels with groundfish aboard to fish for non-groundfish species in areas closed to groundfish fishing. And so while this is predominantly through the lens of commercial fisheries, there are several items that would additionally support recreational fisheries. And I wanted to flag that for you, and also just highlight that the Sport Fishing Association of California did submit a letter to Commerce in support of NOAA Fisheries and the Council for funding for this next fiscal year. And so I wanted to make sure that you were aware that we are actively trying to do what we can to support the process here. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jamie. Questions for Jamie? Rebecca Lett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jamie, for your testimony and for reminding us about recreational fishing. Very important. It's a big industry, and it's also the way individuals who don't have a boat, people who just want to go out to California and have a recreational experience, can do that. And it reminds me of this, one of the 4 overarching goals is enhance economic profitability. I guess that means there are other kinds of profitability, and that includes like just the enjoyment of a recreational trip. And for the commercial fisheries, the survival of communities. That's more than the money. It's the actual fabric of the fishing ports. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right. Let's see others.
Thank you.
Jamie. Oh, Corey Ridings.
Go ahead.
Over.
Okay.
You sure?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Okay. And I think no more hands. All right. Corey Ridings.
Good morning. Sorry about that. I hadn't, sorry, Jamie. I didn't mean to frighten you there for a second. I'm getting some text messages that the interface is a little hard to understand about how to raise a hand. I'm wondering if maybe we can get a quick instruction from you, Mr. Chair, or from the executive director, and then maybe just take a 5-minute pause to let our public have a chance. I don't know if there's anybody in the queue. I'm just being told that it's hard to figure out. So just wondering, just to give a little bit more time for that, just a suggestion.
Director Burton?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate the suggestion, Ms. Writings. Just for everyone, if you go into the, if you're looking at the Ring Central interface, along the bottom bottom ribbon, there's a section called Reactions. You click that and pull it up, you'll see a hand raise function. Maybe Hayden wants to elaborate.
Hello. Yes, with the change in our Ring Central platform that happened a couple meetings ago, we have different views for the view that you're seeing, Merrick, is a little different than the one that the public is seeing as an attendee. So as an attendee, if you would like to request to speak, it's actually not a hand raise. So apologies about the verbiage there, but you have to hit the button that says speak live, and then it will prompt you to be like, the host is now allowing you to request to speak. But do you want to request to speak? And you hit request, which will then notify us that you would like to give public comment. And then we can promote you up so that you can give your public testimony.
Director Burton?
Yeah, thanks, Hayden. And could you just kind of orient people to where those would be found on their screen?
Yes, whether you're using an internet browser or just a smartphone device, it'll be your bottom left button on your screen that'll say request to speak or speak live. So that is where you need to press. And it'll also tell you at that point if you're using the wrong or an unsupported internet browser. We can either use Chrome or Microsoft Edge are the only two that will work. So.
Okay, with that, let's break it for a few minutes and let people get used to what's going on here, how it works. And so we'll just pause. We'll pause here for 3-4 minutes, something like that. Okay.
Tell people the e-portal's back up too.
Okay. Get going here again. It's all right. My understanding is the e-portal is up and rolling, so people can sign up. And so thank you for your patience. And don't maybe get the gavel out. All righty. Anyway, so and my understanding is there's no one's that signed up, but it's good to know we're good to go for the rest of the day. So, yep. All right. We've public comment is done on D2, and now we're going to council action, task before us. So I'll open the floor for discussion. Or motions. I mean, I'm easy here. Hey, Asia.
If folks are willing, I could start with some motions just to like get us launched in a direction and welcome discussion after that. So if you could prepare the first motion that I sent. So for this motion, I move that the council offer the following unprioritized list of ongoing and upcoming regulatory actions that meet the EO goals as a preliminary list to be finalized at the September meeting. The council should prioritize actions that reduce regulatory burdens on the fleet while maintaining stock health and conservation objectives. And I've been this in terms of items that are in progress, and I'll go into other categories later, but for the in progress category, there's the IRA special projects, and that includes decision-making for stronger communities, flexible and adaptive management, new fishing opportunities within bycatch allowances. Under groundfish, that includes the Cordell Banks action, LEFG follow-on actions, groundfish specifications flexibility, groundfish stock definitions, in-season management, EFPs, the biennial specification cycle, Whiting Treaty implementation, and the independent evaluation of our stock assessment process that the council has contracted for. For CPS, that includes sardine stock definitions, including reviewing use of parameters like EMSY and distribution in the harvest control rules, exempted fishing permits, and then annual harvest specifications. For HMS, this includes the roadmap, exempted fishing permits, international management, and the biennial harvest specifications process. For salmon, this includes updating conservation objectives, in-season management, annual season setting process. For Pacific halibut, the catch sharing plan and annual regulations for recreational commercial fisheries and in-season management. The next bin is actions that are planned either from past prioritization efforts or anticipated actions. And then there's an in at the end of that parenthetical statement. I'm wondering if you guys could delete that, sorry. And the rest is fine. For groundfish, this includes the trawl follow-on actions, particularly those that reduce costs to industry. And so I listed a few cost reduction programs or cost reduction options there, including evaluating cost recovery, the economic data collection and observer coverage requirements, midwater rockfish, moving the midwater rockfish EFP into regulation. For CPS, this is the science and management priorities identified at the April 2025 council meeting, and then near-term in-season catch accounting for sardine to rectify any mismatches between the stock definitions and what we're actually counting. And then for cross FMP, I've listed EFP streamlining across all FMPs through the council operating procedures, all the relevant elements from the council's recent process refinement efforts through the committee of the whole, and then marine planning to manage current and future impacts to fisheries. So looking at offshore wind, aquaculture, seabed mining, and oil and gas exploration.
Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes.
Okay, very good. For a second. Second by Krista Svensson. Thank you, Krista. All right. Please speak to your motion, Asia.
Thank you, Chair. So one thing to make clear from the beginning is this is an initial list. We're going to come back in September once we've had time for initial input from our advisory bodies and other stakeholder groups on ways to expand and refine this list. The recommendations here come from the year at a glance, the advisory body reports on this agenda item, and then from other statements that I found. So one example is the gap statement from E7, but then also the information from the April 2025 council meeting about CPS priorities as an example. Could include others that I'm unaware of right now. So this is a call to bring that information forward for inclusion in this list. It also includes, actually, I'll drop that. And then I want to speak in particular about, and yeah, sorry, I was looking at the wrong rationale list. My intent here is that this set of items can fit easily into the template that NIMS provided to the executive directors for responding to this executive order. So it's, again, establish actions that are easy to draw from and quantify in some way. I want to call out one thing with EFPs. I listed EFP streamlining across all FMPs under the cross FMP bin. And I want to clarify that this includes the parts of the fishery innovation workgroup efforts, and then other parts that were discussed under the council efficiencies work. Ideally, I'd like to see any process efficiencies that we develop for EFPs extend to all of our FMPs rather than to be dealt with on a FMP by FMP basis. Right now, I see a lot of differences between the requirements that are listed in the COPs and the requirements that are listed in regulation for what is necessary to submit for EFPs. And then I also note that I noted this in the discussion under HMS the other day, but I don't see a lot of strong discussion and alignment with the required NIMS process that's there for moving forward EFP. So I'm looking for a harmonization to make the entire process, including the NIMS side of it, very smooth. And I think the rest of the other items are pretty self-explanatory, but welcome additional discussion from folks as we move forward. So thank you.
Questions for the motion maker? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Asia. You mentioned briefly the advisory body team report. Is this intended to be, actually, Power, can you scroll back up to the top? Just looking at the bucket that you've included here, I think you were very specific about this list of actions, ongoing and upcoming. Does this include the things that would fall within sort of that preamble there that came from I think we had 4 advisory body reports?
Lisa?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. So I should note, I have another motion coming that addresses a couple of other things that aren't in the already developed bin or need a little bit broader consideration. So the second motion that I have is more of a future wish list, and some of the categories that I made kind of bridge across some of the concepts that came up. So one example is the ecosystem work group report this morning highlighted the risk tables. I think that there's room for discussion and consideration of those inside of a bin that I put in the second motion. And so I tried to be very general in that description later. This list is very specific to items that we have that are like actions that that are in the hopper for the council to take that can be added to that table very easily. The broader list again is more inclusive of some of the concepts that came up. The broader list under the second motion is more inclusive of some of the concepts that came up in some of the reports.
Okay. Thanks, Asia. Thank you, Corey. All right. Further questions? Krista?
I don't know if it's questions, but hoping I could see the middle of this motion, just because there's a huge pile there. Thank you. On sorry, you're scrolling really quickly for me. You want to scroll down a little bit more? Perfect for CPS, HMS, and then salmon. And I think this might actually be a question in terms of collective thinking here. We mentioned international management essentially under groundfish and under HMS, and I'm just wondering for things like salmon or halibut where we may have interaction if we want to include those as well. There was a fair amount of discussion just for folks involved in this process and listening about where kind of to put international management. And the reason that I'm bringing it up is that the council process really is where we give members of the public an opportunity to weigh in and input, but we also send representatives to those forums to help negotiate for really better opportunities for our fishermen. So just a general question to the group here about these two in particular. Thank you for scrolling slowly for me. And then when we get to discussion, I do have a little bit of discussion about EFPs.
Thanks. Krista? Right, Asia?
Thank you. That is a really good point. I don't know as much about the other FMPs, and so I forgot those items should be included there. But yeah, the international management aspects of all the FMPs or all the species that we work with should be coming through in this one as well. So do we need to edit this in any way to include those in the list, or okay? What is the process for editing?
Kristen?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be happy to make an amendment. And I'm going to just put a really simple amendment on here that says to include language related to international management for salmon, CPS and halibut as needed. Was that too quickly? I saw a wave of arms. Okay, hold on here. So it would say to include language regarding international management for salmon, CPS, and halibut as needed.
Okay.
And before I close this, I'm going to ask one question because I see Dr. Lent has her hand raised. If I have missed an FMP, please shake me down. But I have tried to include the FMPs that we have. So I will pause there.
So HMS, we're good, right?
Yes.
Okay. Questions for Rebecca?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess this is completely out of order, but Asia, it sounds as if, and thank you so much for the motion, it sounds as if there's a complementary or another part of the package. And I worry that if without seeing that second package, are we going to be trying to add stuff that's in the second package? But I imagine you can only take one motion at a time, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just going to live by the rules. Thank you.
Okay. Looking for second. Second by Asia. Thank you, Asia. All right. Krista?
I'll just speak briefly.
Yep.
I am familiar with groundfish and HMS much more so than salmon, halibut, and CPS. And so in providing sort of vague language around international management for those three FMPs, it would be my intention to include things like treaty negotiations, et cetera. I'm not saying we need to get into the specific details. I'm just suggesting that I don't know them well enough to know specifically how to phrase those international management concepts, and would be looking to staff to help get the language in there. But the intention would be that we would cover those actions for all of our FMPs and fisheries and fishermen.
Okay. All right. Any discussion? Not, I'll call for the question. All those, oh, Ryan?
Sorry, just really quickly, do you mind going up to the top? I just missed reading the very beginning.
We're on amendment, not the motion.
Okay. Oh, this is the amendment. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. We're good at that. So listen for the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. So now we're back to the amended motion. And so discussion. Marcy Ripko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will definitely be supporting the motion. I just want to thank the motion author for the inclusion of in-season management in so many of our categories here. In-season is one of those things that is kind of the bread and butter of what we do and is yet so important to ensure that we are managing effectively within our annual catch limits. But yet it's a process that allows for flexibility, that allows adjustments to things routinely, like trip limits, bag limits, areas that are open and closed. And for those of you that have never participated in the in-season process for salmon, it is quite a thing. I mean, there are about 40-ish in-season actions that are taken every year. Those changes to the rules allow us to do things like rollovers, impact neutral quota for our species of concern. So it does really allow us to maximize those stocks that we're looking to utilize, but within the established constraints. Similarly, for groundfish, we're familiar with our in-season groundfish process. We do have it on our agendas pretty much every meeting. Also wanted to note the inclusion here of perhaps coming soon, CPS in-season catch accounting. So I do, it's not really a glamorous topic very often, but in-season is just so fundamental to what we do. So I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you for including it.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Oh, Rebecca?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Mello, for the motion. I wanted to go back to salmon for a second. One of my favorite expressions is fish gotta swim. I got an email this morning from a constituent who is going out today to rescue some small fish that can't get to the next part of a dried up river. We can't forget about water, and I'm sure we have to be judgmental about this, or careful, judicious, not judgmental. We're not judgmental. There is this executive order wiping out the previous memo that said, let's balance fishing needs with other needs for water. What are we going to do about salmon if all that power is going to one or two of the uses? So how do we pack that in here? Help us make for healthier salmon stocks by considering the water that salmon need. Maybe Mr. Wolf can help us find a balanced way to bring this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Lemp, for the question. It sounds like there are more motions to come and more discussion. And this one, the way I read the beginning of it, is very focused on upcoming items that are on the year at a glance and on kind of plan for Magnuson or council-focused regulatory actions under their FMPs. That said, so I'm not sure if that fits in this motion the way it's constructed, but this agenda item is the place to start to put something like that in the record. You heard from Sam, and the EOs here are very broad. It is very well within the council's purview to make comments on other EOs or other aspects of this EO that might be different than your specific FMP and Magnuson actions. I think that is very relevant for the council to put forward views on. So this would be the agenda item. I'm not sure it fits in the way the motion is constructed, if that's helpful.
Thanks, Ryan. Oh, Kelly?
Through the chair, thanks, Dr. Lind. I also just wanted to notice that on the year at a glance, We do have essential fish habitat phase 1 review for salmon, which often is kind of the first time where we have the opportunity to look at the conditions necessary for salmon. And so that is something that is planned for this council, though it is shaded pending resources.
Thank you, Kelly. All right. Krista?
Not related to salmon, related to EFPs, since I mentioned it before. Firstly, I will be supporting the motion. I am encouraged to hear around the table that we may be interested in harmonizing, I guess is how I would phrase it, our EFP process. Just for a little bit of history here, when we first raised the topic, and it was really a long time ago, people were not interested in doing that. So it is encouraging to hear that, hey, looking at how we are doing timing to get EFPs moving quickly for all of our fisheries would be beneficial. And I think having the few might be a good place to start. So thank you for the motion and for the consideration of EFPs for fishermen.
Okay, Krista, thank you. All right. Lynn?
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to thank the motion maker for taking this on. I think by some of my questions earlier in the week, I was very overwhelmed on how to even approach this one. So thank you for taking that on. Additionally, representing a state agency, it seemed a little awkward to be trying to take the lead on this type of a motion. So really do appreciate it on several levels. I know that you reached out to a lot of different people, looked at the advisory body reports, et cetera. I think this list is fairly comprehensive and a pretty good place for us to start, and we'll be supportive, and just, again, really appreciate you taking this on so that the state folks didn't have to and get put in a weird position.
Excellent. All right. Any more hands? I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Very good. Thank you, Asia. All right, Asia?
I have another motion that starts to look a little bit further afield.
Okay.
And yeah, well, I'll speak to the motion after, but I move that the council task staff to use the following guidance to explore additional opportunities to stabilize markets, improve access, enhance economic profitability, and prevent closures. In addition to the list below, staff should look to ideas from recent NOAA guidance documents, including as an example, the National Seafood Strategy, and events such as managing our nation's fisheries for ideas. For items identified as national and international, task the executive director with coordination through the Council Coordination Committee, include an assessment of both staff workload and potential impact to industry according to the EO metrics. And so I divided this into regional, national, and international. Here's where we're going. So for regional, cost reduction measures for industry, and examples include VMS efficiencies. I think in the GAP report, they listed turning off the VMS and changing declarations at sea. Cost recovery regulations at the regional level, not those that are in the Act, and then monitoring and reporting requirements. The next bullet is data collection, improvement, and expansion. So evaluating ways to incorporate fishermen collected data or data from citizen science into stock assessments, looking to approaches from other regions, such as the South Atlantic Region Citizen Science Program. Data collection innovations already included in the Council's research and data priority list. And I linked to the research and data priority list that we moved forward yesterday. Evaluation of all regulations established more than 2 decades ago. Evaluation of hatchery program production to see if science is matching initial program goals. Evaluation of the Council's approach to scientific uncertainty and risk, including evaluation of the risk of overfishing and of the P-Star Sigma framework. Evaluation of timing, frequency of stock assessment evaluation processes. And an example is increasing the frequency of catch-only projections. Evaluation of the Council's approach to management uncertainty. So evaluation of management uncertainty buffer frameworks across FMPs. And then fishing level recommendations for preventing overfishing could be established for multi-year periods, such as on a rolling average or of catch versus ABC basis. And then just a catch-all for additional measures to provide flexibility across fishing activities. Onto the national list. So these are items that are outside of our council purview to change on our own without coordination with other regions. So Magnuson-Stevens Act evaluations, including the cost recovery provisions and revisions to the national standard guidelines to support the EO goals. Create support of domestic infrastructure. So this list includes port infrastructure, processing infrastructure, fleet capitalization, and programs such as education or loans to bring young fishermen into the fleet. Market or industry support mechanisms, so access to USDA programs for food production or farms for fishermen, such as grants and insurance and access to capital. Stronger NOAA fisheries marketing of the primacy of U.S. fisheries management and how that contributes to a superior product. U.S. seafood commodity marketing support, similar to organizations like the Genuine Alaskan Pollock Producers. And then support for product diversification or business incubators like an organization called Hatch and what Positively Groundfish presented during open public comment. And then on the international level, leveling the playing field for our international products. So this, can you delete the may require national, international level coordination? I think that that's covered in the title. So equitable tariffs and quotas, foreign fisheries impact on U.S. production, and then engagement with Seafood Trade Task Force that I think is listed in the executive order. And then improving nationwide communication to USDC seafood inspection approved establishments when there are seafood export changes.
Okay, Asia. Okay, Asia, is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes.
All right. Looking for a second. Seconded by Krista Svensson. Thank you, Krista. Please speak your motion.
So just like the other motion, this is a preliminary list, and it is sweeping intentionally. And again, this one came from recommendations from a lot of different places that we put together. The list of national and international level items are things, again, that I hope that, or that I think that are relevant to our national or to our management in the Pacific region, but outside of our purview to affect ourselves. I think it's really imperative here to make clear to the administration what real material support for fishing industry looks like and includes, and that there's a large role for support that the government can play outside of the Commerce Department and that extends into other parts of the executive branch. And then I'm hoping that council leadership engages with the CCC at the national level about this. And then the regional items are a wish list of things that have come up in a lot of different venues that are obviously big things to tackle, but are things that I think address the broader goals of the executive order. And yeah, I'm open to starting to talk about these items. I don't mean to cut anything off the list and welcome everything else that comes into it. This isn't, again, meant to be inclusive or exclusive in any way. It's meant to be a starting point for what I hope will generate a lot of discussion through public comment that we take leading up to the September council meeting. Stop there.
Thanks, Asia. Questions for the motion maker? Sharon Keever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Asia, could you give me a little more insight in regards to the bullet under regional evaluation of hatchery program production to see if science is matching initial program goals? A little more insight in terms of the actual expectation or intent of that language?
Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. I am going to phone a friend in salmon world. Again, this list is not mine. It is a list that came from a lot of folks. So if I can call on my colleague to tell a little bit more about the intent there, that would be really helpful.
I think that would be Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Kiefer, for your question. We've been going under some of these hatchery plans and the science that's now getting to be 20 plus years old. And I think that or the new science that's 20 years old. I think it's time that we start asking the questions, both from our co-manager friends and us, what we are doing is what we intended to when we thought these programs were working. And there are some programs that are not, at least in my opinion and some others, performing like they were intended. And some of these should be looked at, both co-managed and at the state level, to make sure that we some of these plans were at 7 to 10 generations of Chinook, 15 generations of coho, and they're simply not performing like they thought they would 20 years ago. So it's kind of time to maybe take an evaluation of those programs. Some are working, however, but some are not.
Thank you, Bush. Sure.
Perhaps it would be helpful then, I mean, as stated, it just says hatchery programs. It doesn't say salmon. So that's and also, I guess, to me, when I look at this list, that's the one that jumps out as really not seeming to be within the council's purview. Certainly a review of existing where there have been evaluations might be a first step of that, rather than just globally taking on the whole shebang. And also understanding that many of these hatcheries have specific goals that were highly negotiated. There's a lot of things that go into that. So I'm a little concerned that that's a big element that the council may not gain much from.
Asia?
Thank you. I just want to respond directly to that. Everything in this list is wild. I like your statement of that this is outside of the council purview. Like, I think many of these things are far beyond what we can affect directly, or even that NOAA can affect directly. But the EO asks for, what does it look like to, it asks, if you scroll up to the beginning of the motion, the EO asks for, looking at stabilizing markets, improving access, enhancing economic profitability, and preventing closures. And so, to me, what that really looks like is beyond what I think the administration is not getting is that it's not just that there's stifling regulations that the councils are putting into place through NOAA. It's that we do not have a comprehensive program for addressing the system of management for these fisheries. And so I agree with you totally that it's probably way outside of what we can do or what we should be doing. But I don't want to lose the opportunity to paint a really broad picture of what success would include.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following from that discussion, I guess I'm wondering why this is a motion, and wondering about the very first sentence. I move the council task staff to explore additional opportunities for these things. And you've just described that most of them are out of our purview. So I just am thinking about, what is it that we are actually wanting staff to do and bring back to us? And just wondering why you didn't elect to use guidance or, you've mentioned these things. This is a wish list, and it's large and big and outside our scope. And I just am trying to understand the goal here with putting this forward as a motion. Thank you.
Asia?
I was told to do that, but that's some of it. But I would love to hear a little bit more. Yeah, I defer some of that question to the council, to Executive Director Burton, to talk a little bit about how this helps you guys move forward with the ask in the executive order. I guess one thing that I wanted to say or reiterate again is some of this is the start of gathering ideas, and for this specific list, it's gathering the comprehensive list of ideas of things that support the objectives that the EO put forward. So I don't mean that for this to be the end of the discussion. I mean for this to be a starting point for the discussion. I actually heard from the advisory bodies this morning in our delegation meeting that they were looking at the ask in a very different way too, because of timing constraints for addressing a lot of the other workload that we had at the council. And then, and honestly, during the week, as I was building out this list, it ballooned into becoming a wild list. But I think that if we're being asked, then we should be really honest and wide. And that's why it is this wide. So, but in terms of like how it goes forward, some of my vision was, again, if we put out a starting list, people will come back at us with more information to add. And then I'd love the council's feedback on this, but my thoughts are that it's not, I'm not expecting staff to like develop how this happens. I'm expecting staff to compile the list. That's what I think that the list in this case, the regional things, I think that there can be some prioritization and like paths forward to working on, but the national parts of it that are much further sweeping are a list that communicates back to the administration what our needs are. I'll hand it over to Executive Director Burton to talk more about guidance versus motion.
Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you. And let's see, I've got a question back to you, but I've got a few things on my mind. So one, Mr. Remco, I did suggest that we take this up through motions. Oftentimes, if things are not clear consensus, it's hard for me to just take guidance if there's disagreement on the floor. So sometimes the motion is just easier. So I advised a few folks that were thinking about this item to make a motion rather than offer guidance. I do have a question about your motion, Ms. Schumel, if that's okay. So as you indicated, this is the first step in a 2-meeting process. And so the second meeting would be to essentially fill out the spreadsheet that's an attachment in D1. And as part of that is, here's how we prioritize the things that we're going to do. So this is a extraordinarily comprehensive list, and I don't think I'll surprise you all by saying there's no way we could do all of it, right? And so I'm curious to know from your mind what you would like to see from us, because over the summer we can do some thinking, but we can't flesh all of these ideas out between now and September. And so I'm just curious to get your vision about what you would expect us to bring back in September in response to the list that's here.
Thank you for that question. The first motion, I think, fits neatly into the table and the template that NOAA or that NIMS provided to the councils to fill out. I don't think that this list fits neatly into that template. I think this list is that list is putting things into that template reduces, again, it's reductive. It supposes that the answer to the stabilizing markets, improving access, all of that is limited to what is in our purview. And so the reason why this got to this place is we just started to think more about what could be helpful to meet those objectives, and the list ballooned. So what I would hope after this, with this really sweeping motion, is to have some indication. I added this line of discussion of staff workload and potential impact to industry according to the EO metrics. I want that really to focus more on the regional aspects rather than the national and international aspects. I think those are more guidance to you to take back to the the broader discussions that are happening across the country. But for the regional list, it would help to have some thought on like, what does it take to do this? What does it look like to jump into this consideration? So I'm thinking in my mind of the groundfish workload table, the workload agenda item that we do periodically, where that has like a discussion of like, just quickly, like, do we think this is a high effort thing versus a low effort thing? There's some things on this list that could be low effort. I think all of them are high. But having some like quick thinking from staff about what potential this has to support industry and how hard it would be to lift these things off the ground in the future would be, I think, helpful for us to think through in the future how to start working through them. I don't expect this list to be prioritized necessarily either, because it's so much bigger than the set of asks that are in the first list. And then, yeah, I guess as we're talking about it, and as I'm saying this aloud, like the VMS efficiencies, cost recovery regulations at a regional level, some of these things may come up under the follow-on actions as an example. Like I think that it's pretty reasonable to think that set of cost reduction measures for industry may come up for the trawl fishery through the trawl IFQ 5-year review discussion. But I think that those items also may bear some fruit for some of the other fleets as well. And so part of why I put this here in this list of like desires and future looking things is that we don't have them on the docket yet. We don't have, or I'm not aware of plans that we have to evaluate those kinds of things for some of the other fisheries where they may be helpful. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I'm happy to entertain more questions.
Okay, thanks, Asia. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I read through the stated objectives of the EO and the idea of stabilizing markets and preventing closures, I'm thinking a lot about the work that I do back at home beyond work in the council arena. And one of the top things on our current work plate is administration of fishery disaster relief programs and the interest that at least our fishery stakeholders have in maintaining stability, keeping their operations going, receiving some direct payment to ensure their boat is maintained and available for future operations when the fishery stock is replenished. So I'm just wondering, did you think about disaster relief in the context of this list? It seems kind of a natural thing to be on here. Thank you.
Marcy?
Thank you. Yes, Butch said that to me earlier today, and it's something that I wished was on there. I would welcome a friendly amendment to add that to this initial list, but I also, I think that if the guidance is to like look out into the ether of thoughts that are supportive. So yeah, I guess question to Executive Director Burton, do you want us to amend this list in the way that we did the initial motion, or just here? I completely agree with Marcy and would love to see that explored in this in the national bin, but I don't know whether we need to add it to this motion since it's like such a bucket of things as it is.
Director Burton?
Well, just as a matter of procedure, I don't believe a friendly amendment technically exists. So if you wanted to add something, either take it up as a different motion or amend the current motion, would be my recommendation.
Okay. Rebecca? Oh. Lynn?
Thank you. This is on a different topic. I don't know if there's thinking about the amendment, or I don't want to preclude anything there.
Okay. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to not make an amendment. There are so many things that I think could be on this list, and I'm still kind of concerned with the top part of what this motion directs be done. So, you know, I think I'm hesitating to want to add more here for fear of leaving some things out. Thank you.
Okay. Lynn?
Thank you, Chair. I know it's partially due to the language and the specificity of the EO, but both of these motions are very commercial fisheries heavy. There's very little reference to our recreational fisheries. There's overarching things like ACLs, et cetera. But as we move forward, maybe we can be thinking about ways that our recreational fisheries, our charter companies, our bait and tackle shops could benefit from this as well. I don't have any ideas off the top of my head, but I had been thinking about it previously. And then when Ms. Diamond gave her testimony, that reminded me that I should probably say something that, see if there's a way we can leverage any of this to help our recreational fisheries as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Great. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and appreciate that comment, Lynn. And I'm just going to talk about it in the context of how our morning delegation went. Like, thinking about this, there's probably a lot of good ideas that haven't been included on here, but I'm also looking at the sit-sum and thinking about where we're trying to go and what do we need by September to meet the deadline. One of the things that's identified is how you know, providing our recommendations on criteria to identify what goes on these lists and maybe prioritization. And that's a lot of work too. I think it was intended to happen over the summer, but I'm recognizing that we haven't really talked about what does that look like. And that kind of goes back to Sharon's comment about should that salmon hatchery thing be on this list? And, you know, maybe if we had a criteria established. So I'm just sharing some thoughts about how I'm getting a little bit overwhelmed with this. And please help me if I'm overthinking it. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I don't think I'm correct necessarily on how to do this or this list. I put this motion out there for thought and for work from you all. So I welcome, I'm not, if the way I'm approaching it is too expansive, like I welcome that thought. I'm not, I tried to compile the ideas that were out there. So that was what this effort represented. Thank you.
Kristen?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go back to the top for the motion language rather than the list language? Okay. So just a couple of points. Firstly, there's specifically in this motion that in addition to the list below, staff should look basically elsewhere. And I think that, at least from my perspective, gives us the opportunity to include things like disaster relief, water, salmon hatcheries, etc. I am going to speak for a couple of minutes here on why I see the need for both the national and the international components that were included. And I realize that they are not exactly in the scope of the council. But I would also say that stabilizing markets does not fall within the purview of the council. So there's a little bit of awkwardness on this topic just in general based upon what we are being asked to do, and that it doesn't necessarily fit neatly within our normal council parameters and activities. That being said, we have weighed in on things like marine planning initially through either bringing it to places like the CCC, where we can get it more on the national stage, or through response letters. So it may be that what we decide to do on the national or international piece would be more of a letter type format. And I would have potentially proposed that in September if we get there. And we may not. So, and maybe if you don't mind scrolling down to the national and the international pieces, it would be nice to see them in front of me as I'm not going to talk through all of them, so bear with me. But I do want to talk for a minute on the market piece, because that is specifically not something we typically talk about here, but I do think it's critical for our processing community. And we spend a lot of time in the council process talking about how to support processors. At both of the organizations that I worked at prior to where I am now, I used USDA programs to help support us in terms of export sales, in terms of other program sales. We are talking about budget cuts. Others are talking about budget cuts. And I think the ability to say, hey, these are critical for our infrastructure is something that we should strongly consider. And then in terms of international, I just want to talk about a couple of pieces that, again, really, from my perspective, are important. And they're related to leveling the playing field. So we have had the Marine Mammal Protection Act in since 1972. We have something coming up in September in terms of announcement called the List of Foreign Fisheries. And Dr. Lent pointed out that this is basically the implementation of the teeth for that law. It goes into effect January 1st, 2026. By my math, that is 53 years that it has taken us to actually potentially level the playing field in terms of having regulations that would meet the same standard that we are requiring of our current fishermen. So I will also say, as somebody who works with a lot of importers, knowing as soon as possible, so thank you, on September rather than November 30th, about what those impacts are, is important, because while we focus mostly on fisheries and fishermen here, many of our processors rely on imports, as do many of their markets, so that they can get fish to the public in general. That being said, it is critical that all of the fish that they are selling is not doing ecological or human harm to all extent possible. I mean, obviously the fish that we're eating were harmed, but we don't need to be harming others. The other piece that is in Executive Order 13921 related to international that I think is worth noting is regarding port state measures. This came up earlier this week in our delegation meeting. Hopefully we are supportive of that, and hopefully it goes into action. But this is something that was established through the Food and Agricultural Organization to combat IUU fishing. Currently there are 70 parties in the agreement, and essentially it would mean that if we had vessels that were IUU fishing, we would not be allowing them to come in and get bait or ice or fuel or any other, sell their fish. And it is a way that collectively we can work together with other member states to, again, really help level that playing field. So is the council going to do something? Probably not, other than to continue to support through international management activities and possibly a letter on these specific topics. But I do think it is worthwhile to raise these issues at the CCC and other venues and continue to raise awareness through this. So with that, hopefully that helps explain why some of these items got expansive on the list for national and international topics, and why we'll be supporting the motion.
Krista, Rebecca, and then Marcy. Rebecca. Please.
Okay, thanks. I'll be brief because Krista covered most of it. First of all, I got to give NOAA credit. They did implement the High Seas Drift Net Act and the Tuna Dolphin Agreement, which is a big part of it responding to that, but this is the missing piece. On international, just to note, and you rightfully pointed out that what that means is that if we're buying the seafood product, the fisheries these come from are comparable in effectiveness in terms of the target species, not just target species, but also bycatch. So that aspect of comparable and effectiveness is not in there, but that's my fault because I didn't pay attention to it. I want to also say the executive order says go out and do all these wonderful things. We can't. I mean, but we certainly should say, here's what we can do. Here's all this other stuff that no matter how hard we try over here, we may never get there because we have all these other problems, like we're radical on water, or we've got imports flowing in. So I think it's important to have that, whether that, procedurally needs to be a motion or something else, that's less important. But that message needs to get sent back. You told us to do these 4 things. We need more than just what we can do. Thank you.
Rebecca. Thanks. Ryan?
Sorry, did you have someone else in the queue there? But I'm happy to go real quick. It's kind of related to that point. So I'm happy to support the motion at this point. I recognize this is a broad list. Again, NIMS has been asking for input. You have another council meeting. I look at this, I see a lot of things. I don't know how council staff, even with some NIMS support, could really flesh them out further. But if it's you want to get public comment, you're throwing things out there, I think that's fine. And I think we could work with council staff to help to come back in September and identify, because I do see a mix of things here that are relevant to the EO and the requests, but then others that are a little bit outside that might be more relevant for talking with Henio when he's here in November about NIMS priorities and decision he can make. Might be more relevant for Merrick to take to the CCC, or it might be more relevant for this council to set as one of their priorities, like reviewing its FMPs, or I forget the exact one of the top bullets, right? Because in the end, whatever you set forward as your priorities, I think it's helpful to think of the fact that anything that is on that list at your top priorities, you will have national support at the NOAA level and potentially elsewhere to help push things through. So what really gets stuck there or could be facilitated there versus you put it on a list and they say, great, now you go ahead and do that, right? So I'm not sure that gives you a big win if you get that answer back versus putting something that when you put a measure forward or you take final action and then it goes to NIMS for rulemaking, now we can put that to the top of the list or prioritize it because it was on your executive order list. So these are just things to think about. You don't have to answer them now, of course. I think for the purpose now, if you want to go broader and then wait till September to help consolidate, I think we could work with council staff to kind of help flesh out these bins a little bit and make it a little bit more manageable for where you might end up things falling for your final action in September.
Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the conversation and have some more thoughts on the content, but just wanted to maybe do a little procedural recommendation here. I did hear Sam when he talked earlier in the week about having this be expansive and talking about our ability to comment on things that are actually outside NOAA. I'm not sure if I'm misquoting him there, but that's kind of how I took it, was that it was okay to think about other agencies. Asia, thank you so much for putting this together and taking the lead here. Someone's got to, and this is a really great start. I maybe throw out for consideration maybe that this second motion isn't necessary as a motion, but is maybe just better as guidance, given what Director Burden was saying about sort of the ability to execute on this and sort of the, I've heard Director Burden say before about sort of a motion is really very strict guidance for council staff to follow. So just reflecting on that, and then also wanting to be really inclusive of this because I really appreciate sort of the expansiveness of it, and I want that to be part of this. So yeah, just throwing that out for thought and process if that feels right for other people around the table, to make sure that we do have a big conversation here and are inclusive at this point.
Thank you, Corey. Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just a clarifying question for Ms. Schumalo as I'm reflecting on our earlier exchange. You indicated that it was the first motion that really responded to the executive order, and that this is almost more broad, although I do see that you're logically being motivated by that executive order here, looking for maybe some of the same intention behind that executive order. But that gets me to thinking about timeline. And so we are being incredibly ambitious here at this agenda item and throughout this entire meeting. And so as I just reflect on what we can actually do, I start to have some concerns. And that could be alleviated if we say this list here isn't necessarily tied to the executive order response. And that would maybe give us some more time to reflect on this and bring something back in November. So that's a question for you, is whether you do intend this to be part of the executive order response, or whether we could consider this for a little bit longer and think about how to agendize it, and it becomes more of a strategic planning exercise rather than an executive order response. Does that make sense?
Thank you. I think so. I guess drawing on what Ryan just said, and what Rebecca and Krista just said as well, we can't miss the opportunity to tell the administration that you can do an executive order like this, but there's all this other stuff that is tied into it. So I guess my thought here is, like, if this was like a cover letter on top of, like, here's your list, here's your table that you asked for, but, like, please pass along to the administration that there's all this other stuff tied to it, and here are ideas that came up, that would cover it for me. I think the importance there for me is the transmission of the ideas in response to the direction of the council to, work on its own regulatory frameworks in response to the executive order, that, like, what we can do can only go so far, and here's this additional support we need. So I suppose, I guess we could pull back on the assessment of staff workload and impact to industry and more focus on communicating ideas to the administration that are beyond the scope of what we can do, that are necessary to us to meet the objectives of the executive order. So I don't know how to adjust. I don't know where to go from here given those thoughts.
Hey, well, this is a great time to take a break, check out of your room, and let's be back here at 10 o'clock. Does that work for us? Maybe? So that's, what's it?
10:10.
10:10. Does that sound? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We get checked out of our rooms here in Rohnert Park. Okay. Open the floor up, and Asia.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for all of the back and forth on this leading up to the agenda item and the discussion on the floor today. I think, given what we've discussed here, I would like to withdraw the motion. When thinking about the executive order, it's, again, as I said before, really hard to limit the thinking to just the actions that this council takes and not connect it to the really broad picture of what the administration can do to support successful fisheries in our region and around the country. So it's really, I think that just demonstrates why this list got so out of hand so quickly, is that there's so much more that can be done that isn't in this room. Council staff has heard this discussion, and there are several items that are on the list in the second motion that I do think actually do fit into they're not planned activities yet, but they could align with some of the things that are in that strictly fit into like the template that NOAA Fisheries provided for the councils to fill out. So I invite them to pick from the list that we discussed here today and pull those things into the list in the way that the template asks for later on, and bring that part forward with the broader list for public comment at the September meeting. But regarding the bigger items, I do not want to lose that discussion, and I don't want to lose the opportunity to tell the administration what meaningful support looks like. So if it's okay with everyone, I would like to try to put that discussion together of the broader elements that are outside of our purview that would be supportive to U.S. fisheries into something that could be used to form a cover letter and an attachment to what the council submits, and bring that forward to everyone in September for additional public comment and just for additional thoughts for how to communicate those really key and critical points to the administration. I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you.
So motion withdrawn.
Okay. Thank you, Asia. So look around the table, see if everybody's good with that. So, Krista?
As the second, I am also willing to withdraw. That being said, I am supportive and more than happy, as I imagine there may be some others, to work on something in terms of cover letter or attachment type language with regard to the ones that are not necessarily within the purview of the council. I spoke to a number of those under the national and international topics. I think that they are critical to the work that we do within this forum. And I do think that they highlight, similar to the issues that we talk about regularly in the council process, all of those components that impact the work we do, whether that's water access for salmon, whether it's hatcheries, whether it's marine planning issues, whether it's international management for tunas and other, maybe not highly migratory, but definitely migratory species like whiting or sardines. We can't do what we need to do if we don't let people know above us what it is going to take to be successful, and that would be what that list or potentially cover letter would be. So happy to withdraw my second, and very happy to lend support for whatever that document looks like, preferably for the advanced briefing book in September.
Okay, thank you, Krista. So look around, make sure that everybody's good with this. Okay, Butch?
Yes, much smarter people said it than I probably will, but I think the discussion spawned through Dr. Lent, and I heard Ryan, and I think I did just hear Krista. I'm just sitting right next to her, so I did hear, obviously, but the need to not only have, a list of doables that this council can do, but there are a lot of things that shape our lives in this council that we can't do. And I think at some time, and I think it's important to have both those lists so we're reminded water for salmon is, the clearest, and there's others. But port infrastructure, if we don't have, that was on that list, and there's some ports that have docks that are 50 and 60 years old that haven't been updated because of money, and now sponsoring boats. So the boats aren't getting smaller. There's few little boats, but more bigger boats. And so those are important things to what we do here in our lives and to the constituents that we serve. So I think it's at some point in time or during this exercise, a do and can't do list might come out of this. And I think that's an important exercise that we could go through also. And that list always changes, 25 years ago when energy didn't have any play in this council, but the last few years it had a very big determination on our lives and what some of us do for a living. And so I just want to point that out. I think this conversation, I think I could have supported or not supported the motion. I agree with the path forward, but I think I just would like to point how important it is to have the main list of topics and then the side list that also affects the lives and stuff of people we serve at this council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. All right, Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for all the work that's gone into this, Asia and everybody else, and for the brilliance of separating it into two motions. I'll tell Asia later. And thank you. Also, I sign up to help if that is worthwhile. We should remember, too, that NOAA, at least for the time being, is in the Department of Commerce. So some of these things there might be some folks in Commerce who could help us. They've always been supportive of NOAA, right? Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Court?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Asia, for revising this and thinking this through and getting us forward. I just wanted to make sort of a couple overarching notes. I think now is the time to do that. One observation I have is when I read this EO and specifically read sort of the four things we're looking to provide information on was just that the council does a lot of this already. I think that's been stated, and I think that was reflective in Asia's first motion, which is that those four things are something that while we may not be like intricately related, and there's like many, many things that are outside of that, those are, I think, guiding principles already for the work that this council does. I also wanted to reflect on the funding reality. I think Dave Kashida in his public testimony said it really well. We are not getting funding. It's an issue for everybody across the council universe. NIMS in particular, as we think about it in the context of a federal EO, but how NIMS is supposed to support this, how NOAA is supposed to support the work that this council does seems frankly like an impossibility at this point. So just reflecting on the need for funding to implement this EO and that there is a connection there. Specifically, I wanted to pull out funding for the Pacific Salmon Commission. That has been cut and is critically important to our salmon, how the work that this council bases off. A lot of folks that are at this council, both as harvesters and as managers, participate in that process as well. I am actually not one of them, but I see the work that goes into that, recognize that work, and just want to highlight how important funding for that commission is. I have a few thoughts on something I brought up earlier, I think, when Sam was here. And just noting part of the rationale around this EO, it was at the CCC meeting, which was noting the decrease in production, which seems to be, looking at your notes, dependent 5 to 10%. And as I was thinking about this meeting and preparing for it, I wanted to put that in context of other parts of our American food supply system and what that looks like. And as I was reflecting on that, I think about the really high quality of our fisheries, particularly our West Coast fisheries, and what they provide, and how that is different in many ways from an agricultural sector that perhaps there has been growth there that we have not seen in our fishery sector, but just the difference that was. So for example, I think about the use of pesticides and fertilizers for a lot of our crops and how that damages the environment, how that, like thinking about the Gulf of Mexico, how that even directly damages fisheries. And our fisheries go out, they do not use pesticides, they do not use fertilizers. I think about genetic modification has been a big reason for an increase in crop yield. And we do not genetically modify our fish. We have wild species that we go out and we harvest. I also think about the decreases in amount of labor and that connection to that food supply system, which has been lost across a lot of agricultural sectors in our country, and how we don't want to lose that in our fisheries. And just the strong connection that we have, fisheries in our community and the people who fish and fishing culture, and how incredibly important that is for so many people across the West Coast. So getting to the point there, which is just to say, I think that a 5 to 10% decrease is not something we want to continue, but I want to recognize that when comparing to other parts of our food supply chain, just how incredibly well a lot of our industry is doing, and the value that is in that product and the value that they bring, not only in a monetary sense or a pound sense, but also to their communities and their cultures and the people who are involved with it. In terms of thinking about the guidance that was just offered in the conversation we've had, I was thinking about a few other things just to add to the conversation. It sounds like we're going to have another bite at the apple over this as we lead in September. But just a few things I'd been thinking about was seafood labeling to assist in national marketing of U.S. caught seafood. I think that was probably in Asia's list somewhere, but just putting a finer point on what I continue to think to be something important that any administration could do to support our seafood. Thinking about analogs with the USDA, there are a lot of programs, subsidies, grant programs that are offered in the farming sector that I think could benefit the fishery sector as well. So I think taking a real fine-tooth comb, looking at those regulations and thinking about how we could expand them to provide more opportunity for fishermen would be worth doing. I also think it would be worth looking at regulations that guide anti-monopsony and antitrust policy to be able to increase buyer and processor competition. So having a better functioning market that is hopefully more efficient and encourages growth in the processing and purchasing sector, as well as in the harvesting sector, so that we have a fair and more efficient market. And I think I'm going to stop there. Just again, thank you, Asia, for getting us started here, and look forward to continuing the conversation in September.
Thank you, Corey. Yep, really good. Okay. David Soons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been thinking about this a lot too, and you know, one of the things I've really struggled with over the years is these executive orders, because they come out, we put a bunch of energy into the things, and then the next administration comes along and tosses them all out, and we've invested a lot of time and money into how we approach these executive orders to the point, it's almost not worth wasting our time. But they do hopefully help point out, as we're finding here, what kind of things we do need to help our process and our fisheries and, beyond the things we do deal with, our markets and that type of stuff. So they can be helpful in that manner. But I think and it would help us, I think, get back to, I don't even know what the schedule is for the Marine Mammal Protection Act or the Magnuson Act for reauthorization, but those are the places where we really need to get our needs and our changes in, because these are acts of Congress and they will stick and stay. and not be overturned, quickly by another administration. They have to go through Congress to get them done, and it just solidifies the decisions and the needs that we have under the Act. And with that also, I'm not sure, is somebody tracking to see what actions that we're taking under executive orders match up with our rules and our regulations under the Magnuson Act, to make sure we're not going outside of those, or identifying that these are where we need to make some changes in the Act to assist us in managing these resources. So I appreciate all the hard work and everything that goes into these, and I do see, the benefit of identifying all this information, but we should think of it in the context of what can we do with Congress to help maybe make these things more permanent, to assist us in managing into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay. Anyone else? Marcy Ripko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to address some content that is in our briefing book that we heard a little about under open comment, but then this proposal from the PWCC was also included among the materials for this agenda item, recognizing that the intended purpose or the intention to quickly develop an EFP certainly fit under the context of what the executive order calls for. Just have some concerns with what is there for us in writing, and want to take this opportunity to make sure that we take a moment to think about what's contained here and the process that could ensue. I appreciate the intention to submit an application for an EFP to process whiting south of 42 degrees, and appreciated the opportunity for some Q&A with the applicants under open comment. That discussion does not or should not constitute a council review, and it's not a substitute for an established council EFP review and development process that we normally undertake here. This proposal from one of our key stakeholders to go around the council and go straight to NIMS really should be of concern to us. We have a long history of prioritizing our involvement in developing terms and conditions for EFPs. It's fundamental to our role as a council and for achievement of the national standards. Our past efforts to develop EFPs have included things like new technologies such as electronic monitoring as an alternative to onboard observers, trawl gear modifications, various buoy gear and short set configurations to target swordfish in new ways, and methods to reduce salmon bycatch. Advancements in our fishery management have often emerged from the work conducted in our EFPs across many of our FMPs. They've all followed a council process that's transparent, where we review the progress, the successes, and the challenges of the EFP being conducted. So to propose to cut our salmon and groundfish stakeholders out of a council process, and for us as a council to not have the opportunity to scope, analyze, and develop recommendations on an EFP proposal which targets a key groundfish stock in a high volume fishery operation, that content is fully in our wheelhouse, and it doesn't feel right to bypass us. The proposal involves significant bycatch mitigation, and there are huge allocation implications, all of which really require detailed discussion and analysis. Groundfish EFPs involve off-the-top set-asides that require consideration in our groundfish specifications process, and the work that is done to determine those set-asides needs to be transparent. Also notably, the proposal isn't a joint proposal from the mothership and catcher processor fleets. Yet those fleets together desire to continue to be managed as one at-sea unit for purposes of our catch accounting and our trawl IQ program. The council's been made aware that multiple of these at-sea set-asides have been exceeded in recent years. 2022, sablefish, arrowtooth, short spine and other flatfish were exceeded. In 2023, sablefish, short spine and dark blotch were exceeded. And in 2024, sablefish and short spine were exceeded. And as we heard back in March, many commenters reminded us that those overages have potential to put other groundfish sectors at risk. So if I understood the applicants correctly on Friday, their proposal would only include a cap on salmon and not caps on other groundfish species. That would just be tremendously unfair and unfortunate were that to come to fruition outside of a council process. We are the entity that has the expertise to build terms and conditions and develop recommendations on caps for groundfish for an EFP rather than set-asides. And we need to rely on the expertise of our GMT and with input from the GAP on essentially what would be de facto allocations. Thinking about the geography that's proposed for this EFP activity, very sensitive area off Northern California, right off the mouth of the Klamath River, and with the status of Klamath salmon and dam recovery, dam removal recovery in the first year, it's not a great time to be experimenting with large volume gear that could pose substantial risk of high volume salmon bycatch. It's an incredibly sensitive geographic area. Meanwhile, our commercial salmon fleet has been closed in this area now for 3 years, and the sport fishery in the California KMZ has had no fishing to only a few days to maybe a maximum of 6 weeks over the last 6 seasons or so. And that's because of the weak Klamath salmon stocks, listed coastal Chinook and coho concerns. So if we're going to increase opportunities in this geographic area, it shouldn't come with risks to rebuilding salmon stocks. Moving to the topic of utilization, most of our groundfish stocks experience utilization of lower than 50% of available yields. We saw that in our Specs Flex agenda item and in the analytical document under E7. We discussed that yesterday. But notably, whiting attainment in the catcher processor sector is actually very high, and that was reflected on page 30 of the intersector allocation review analytical document in agenda item E5 attachment 1. That table shows that between 2011 and 2024, there were only 3 years with less than 75% attainment of the CP sector's allocation after tribal reapportionment. And since 2016, attainment has averaged 84.5%. That's pretty high. Meanwhile, it's only been a small handful of our other groundfish stocks that have reached attainment levels of 75% or better. So importantly, the actions that the council develops in response to the executive order, that we've indicated they need to stabilize markets, improve access, enhance economic profitability, and prevent closures. But given that the CP sector already highly utilizes their sector allocation, this particular EFP proposal, which is aimed to improve access to an already highly utilized whiting resource, would be less effective in achieving the objectives of the executive order than other proposals. It also shouldn't be forgotten that important progress was made recently in addressing concerns with whiting utilization. We changed the start date to begin May 1, which was 2 weeks earlier than previously. That was a process that we undertook, and in that process, leadership from the whiting industry, which is a fishery sector that's well represented in our process, proposed that action, and the council prioritized it. Review and comment took place, and we recommended to NIMS that it happen. And that's how our process works and should work. The council's previously expressed a willingness to consider an EFP for whiting processing south of the Oregon-California border, where our process would allow for careful development of terms and conditions to safeguard against high bycatch events, not just for salmon, but for other listed and highly attained stocks. We have an established process for considering groundfish EFPs, and I am absolutely supportive of considering and working through our process to develop a proposal to better access whiting off California that is carefully tailored through our deliberative process. This is not a proposal where expediency should drive decision-making on terms and conditions, and this council needs to send that message to NIMS in response. So with that, I do have a motion to offer, if I may. Thank you. I move the council recommend to NIMS that it not prioritize review, development, or issuance of an exempted fishing permit outside of the council process to the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative to process whiting south of 42 degrees north latitude in response to Executive Order 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. Prospective applicants should continue to use established on-ramps for council consideration of new groundfish EFPs via either the groundfish workload and management measure prioritization process, the preliminary EFP agenda item shown on the proposed November 2025 agenda under agenda item C6 supplemental attachments 4 and 6, or open public comment.
Marcy, is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Second by Mark Grelnick. Thank you, Mark. Speak to your motion as you need to. I think you're probably there.
I think I did. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Open questions for the motion maker. Okay. Discussion on the motion. Before us. Mark Grelnick.
I think that Ms. Yaremko covered it pretty well, but I just want to emphasize that the current restrictions on processing south of 42 were adopted through a very careful, open public process with due consideration for the risks that that activity would present, and to avoid that process in an effort to restore some processing south of 42, I think is disrespectful to the council process. This year, given the state of Klamath stocks, the California salmon fishery is limited to impacts of less than 100 Klamath fish. And I think that if we were to have a discussion on an EFP, a parameter like that would be taken into consideration. So I'm going to support the motion.
Thank you, Mark. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I know I'm often the GMT historian or historian from a variety of things. Has the council ever made a motion such as this, providing NIMS guidance like this? I know in the past there have been some out-of-cycle EFPs. I'm just trying to understand some process if anything like this has been forwarded before. Thank you.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do know that NIMS has, in at least one instance, issued an EFP without council review. But I can't speak to whether or not the council has ever before directed NIMS to do it, not to do it. That's a NIMS thing. Thank you.
Right?
Yeah, if I may, I don't have the answer necessarily, but maybe some additional clarification, right? I mean, I think I've been looking a lot at the EFP regs at this meeting. I think they clearly discuss when you have an application, bringing it out for council review. So I think council input as it relates to an EFP or as it relates to what NIM should consider as it's reviewing an EFP, I think that could come in various forms. My concern here is I don't see the tie to the council tax under this agenda item. And I'm a little wary about how this connects to actions directly to meet the executive order goals, or the specific things that we have noticed under the agenda item here that we would be discussing and potentially putting forward here. So that's where I struggle with the relevance of this. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Mark?
I think that's a fair point, but I think when something happens outside of the council process, we need a little flexibility within our council agenda to address it if the council chooses to address it. I think that EFPs outside of the council process, there's been some, this would be the first time that has been criticized by the council. And I think that it is fair to find a place for the council to express itself on out-of-cycle EFPs, especially one of this nature, which is pretty significant.
Thank you, Mark. Marcy?
Yes, thank you. If I may just reply to Ryan's remarks. I am bringing this motion because I think this may be our only chance. If I'm reading the language in the letter, it is very clear that the intention is to go to NIMFS with this proposal, and it uses the basis as the EO. And so I don't know how it isn't appropriate to consider under this agenda item when the materials were supplied by the proponents under this agenda item and with the intention of fulfilling the objectives of the EO. So I would hope that the proponents would come back and use the on-ramps that we have for considering EFPs. But that wasn't what was conveyed in the letter. It was expressed that there was an intention to go straight to the National Marine Fisheries Service for review and issuance. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Asia?
Thank you. I'll respond to a few things. I'll note that the commenters you asked this question on the record during open public comment, Marcy. You asked, why are you coming here today and why bring this to us? The point was engagement. They did bring it before the council and mentioned specifically in responding to the comments that that they wanted to be fully transparent and had no interest in moving the ask forward in front of other priorities. I think practically, my understanding of what would happen on the agency side of things, and this is why I've been harping all week on aligning the agency process with what the council does for its process on EFPs, is that the agency still has to publish a Federal Register notice to call for comments. There's no reason why that ask or that Federal Register notice couldn't overlap with the November 2025 council meeting. The letter does state that they were trying to give advance notice and advance chance for the agency to work back and forth on this item. So the idea was expediency and an ask to have the permit, if possible, issued before 2027, which is what alignment with the full council process would have provided, just acknowledging all the challenges that industry is facing over time. The applicants also noted the applicants are still in the process of coordinating with the mothership sector as well. And so the statements about not coordinating are not there. The application hasn't been submitted yet and isn't written in stone yet. So also with EFP processes, I want to make clear from my experience working in the agency for a very long time, this council adds a really burdensome additional layer of processing and review for EFPs beyond what is specified in the regulation. I understand that that coordination is there in some cases to deal with allocative questions that Ms. Uremko raised in her her discussion before the motion. But the applicants did look into this and noted that those concerns weren't necessarily there in this case. I think some of the EFP process review work that's happening on a broader scale, and that came up through the council process improvements discussion, was that there are some EFPs that may fall outside of this need for aligning with allocations, and they may warrant, for expediency, direct submission to NOAA. I take, from my experience inside of the agency, I'd like to ask for comments on the agency's ability to develop terms and conditions on its own without help from the council process. I think that that's possible. I've seen that happen all the time. I understand that there is a benefit through that coordination. And again, the regulations that are in place do discuss that it's a really reasonable thing to try to overlap the public comment period with the council so that input could happen, and that could absolutely still happen in this case. But I don't want the public to think that the EFP process cannot happen out of the watchful eye of the council, because that's not true. And it, in fact, goes to some degree against the intent of this executive order, which is to move forward opportunities to explore additional fishing opportunities for the fleet. And again, there would be no, by not going through the council process, that doesn't mean that the opportunity for public comment or for council comment on this is precluded. And that's the case for any EFP that happens. So yeah, I just want to hear from the agency what it's like to develop terms and conditions outside of this process, or if that's even possible.
Right.
In terms and conditions for the EFP in particular, yeah. I mean, typically when we put the EFP application out for public review, comments like that could come in. The council has frequently weighed in multiple FMP formats of guidance in addition to their thoughts on the EFP itself, but also proposed terms and conditions in good review. We take that into account, but ultimately the process in the regs is quite clear that we develop the terms and conditions on our own as we are going through after the public comment process has entered, before we issue the application.
Heather?
Thank you. This is a question for Ryan. I'm curious, just thinking about I'm thinking about how the EFP process normally works and that we go through, and I hear often from NIMS that, there's workload associated with EFP, and what does this look like? Are there staff ready to work on this EFP? And the second part of that of my question is, what does this look like in the new way of looking at EFPs that don't have to come to the council, if other EFPs are coming now? This opens the door to other EFPs coming throughout this normal process through the council, and what does that look like for workload at NIMS?
Right.
Yeah, to the chair. Thanks for the question. I'm a little confused on your second one. On your second point, maybe I'll start with your first point, right? Yes, there's definitely workload questions associated with this, right? I mean, we have reduced staff. A lot of the people that you would want to work on other actions you've identified as priorities, and that even these EFP applicants themselves have said they didn't want this to supersede. We'll be working on those, and so I do have limited folks to pull from. That said, there are the potential to pull some resources if these are broader EFPs of this, broader priorities of this administration, et cetera. But workload will be an issue. Let me be clear here. I don't have a clear path. November is pretty soon, and we haven't quite figured that out yet. And there's workload, I think to your second question, there's workload concerns regardless. in the typical EFP process, and we just discussed this under the HMS agenda item, what was recommended and that the council also then endorsed, is that applicants go to NIMS before they go to the council, before any kind of council review, because that allows us to have some kind of feedback and back and forth to get an application to where it's ready to actually get constructive input, whether it's by the council or the public. And there's workload associated with that too, right? So there's workload on both ends. And since I have the floor, if you don't mind, I do want to note that I think that the discussion here is helpful, right? And for the purposes of wherever you want to go with this motion, I think the discussion seems sufficient to convey the concerns to NIMS that we've heard around the table without a motion. That would get around my concerns around the lack of notice issue. Even though there is some connection to the EO, as described by Ms. Yaremko and in the language, and Ms. Lynch is online if there's any questions on that point. With that said, because of that kind of dichotomy, I would abstain from any vote on this motion, but I'm happy to take any further questions on the EFP process itself or on how NIMS then would take this going forward, depending on what a council action is. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Rebecca?
Thank you, Chair. I share the concerns on this. There's an issue of process and an issue of substance. On the substance, when I first heard about that, all I could think about was zero commercial catch of salmon the last 3 years in California. So it's tough. But setting that aside, going through the process, even if the process had started earlier and gone through the council first, that salmon issue wouldn't go away. There was an attempt, and I'd like to hear from GAP folks if they're willing to talk about it, but there was an effort made to come early to this meeting, to attend the GAP, to talk about it with proponents, and it was presented to the GAP. There was a Q&A after that. At least that day that I was at the GAP, I don't think there was a lengthy discussion or any conclusion reached. I don't think there was anything in the report. But, Mr. Chair, I don't know if we could ask our few remaining but very brilliant GAP members here if they could weigh in on that. Also note that EFPs are still part of the special projects, so we'll have another chance to look at that. Thank you.
Okay. We do have a GAP member here, so our token GAP member left. Barrett? And Rebecca, you want to, did you hear the question?
And so I wandered in to listen in on this, and so here I am. Chair Pettinger, Council, the GAP did not discuss this extensively. I sensed that there was tension in the GAP potentially, and that nobody wanted to even touch it.
Okay. Thank you, Merritt. Krista.
Yeah, thank you. I have to say I'm right there with the GAP. I'm a little hesitant to weigh in since this is not necessarily my area of expertise, but on the HMS side with the few, I do feel like there might be a couple of pieces here. And I spoke to that even earlier in this conversation around D2 of it may be beneficial to look at how do we streamline the process collectively. That does not solve the issue of this particular EFP. I have a question, I think, for NIMS in terms of, based upon this discussion, whether one of the terms and conditions could be that they bring it back to the council for review. We certainly, under HMS, had a number of terms of conditions that were not initially included in things like the Midwater Snap Gear EFP, that they didn't have to come back to the council, but they were not necessarily things that were in any form of EFP that we had seen. So it was I'm just wondering if the opportunity is there based upon this discussion and the concerns. I also am appreciative of the fact that this is not a stop work. This isn't don't take it. This is a don't prioritize. I do have some concerns in general around EFPs and how long it's taking, whether that is the midwater rockfish, whether it's, I mean, we did just get the EFPs for a couple of our HMS fisheries, but those took many, many, many years. And I just am concerned about how the whole process works as a whole. And so I do think that overall the conversation needs to be there. And while I am appreciative of the maker of the motion's concerns around salmon, I guess I would ask the general question, and again, this is a little bit out of my realm, but there are quite a number of species that are prosecuted that we hear about consistently in the whiting fishery that have been areas of concern. And we saw some of that in the conversation, if it was March or April, between Mothership and CPs. And I just want to make sure that as this process goes through, that we are not inadvertently causing harm to any of our stakeholders, not whiting specific, but I realize the focus is on salmon based upon 3 years of having no season for our commercial folks and very, very limited for our recreational folks. But we certainly have had a number of other topics that are brought up and concerned about constraints on those for others as well.
Thank you, Krista. Okay, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just respond a bit to that. Yes, there are salmon concerns, but there are equal concerns with regard to the at-sea set-asides and the situation that we have right now with repeated exceedances in the at-sea sector as a whole for important species that we are managing across a number of groundfish fishery sectors. There are huge allocative implications to setting off the top set-asides in EFPs, especially given the species involved where there are bycatch concerns, short spine thorny head, sablefish, dark blotched, flatfish, have all been recently exceeded. And we need to be very careful about how we determine appropriate off-the-top set-asides or caps in a case of an EFP. What I heard from the applicant when asked about groundfish caps was that there wasn't any intention to have any. That should be of concern to us and certainly concern to members of our GAP and our stakeholders, because we have major allocation decisions to make in the upcoming spec cycle on species like short spine thorny head, which are needed across all of our sectors. And the only way to deliberate a sharing arrangement with all the needs across fisheries is through a council process. And in fact, we have established COPs to consider EFPs. We have preliminary consideration of EFPs for the 27-28 biennium scheduled on our November year to glance and our November draft agenda. We take those preliminary applications and our November meeting, and we review them and determine if there's merit and if there's an ability to develop things like the set-asides and terms and conditions in time for final adoption of EFP on the cycle. Usually that's June. And so that EFP development process occurs concurrently with the development of the specifications. So again, there are months that allow for gap review and for public input on development of terms and conditions for our groundfish EFPs that are established in, I believe it's COP 19. Thank you.
Okay, Marcy, Asia?
Thank you. Two things I want to note in response to that, Marcy. The applicants did not ask for an increase in set-asides or an increase for bycatch allowances above and beyond what's already authorized in the regulation. So this isn't like an EFP where we're asking for other EFPs where they're asking for additional catch to prosecute the fishery. It's operating exactly as the fishery does in other regions, but just extending that operation to another place. So any bycatch that happened under the EFP would come off of their existing set-asides. There have been broader discussions about the ACL or the set-aside overages. I'll note overall that in spite of there being set-aside overages, they did not ultimately contribute to ACL overages. And so I just want to be clear about where those things fit into the broader picture of things. And the applicants also noted that the intent of this EFP is to ultimately reduce bycatch. They gave lengthy testimony that having additional area to move could provide additional opportunity to reduce bycatch overall. And one of the things that they hope to test with the EFP is whether or not having additional room to fish could allow them to avoid high bycatch events in areas where they're currently only allowed to fish, in the limited area that they currently allow to fish. So I just want to be clear again that while the council the traditional review process that's set up where each individual EFP is reviewed through the advisory body process potentially could be precluded in this case. Honestly, what I'm thinking about with the timeline is that it might, honestly, with workload considerations, everything, there's a really good chance that this just comes up through November anyways. Even if it was submitted to the agency early, they may not have a chance to publish a Federal Register notice until it overlaps with an existing council meeting anyways. I don't really see that the opportunities that you are talking about for additional council review will be precluded by early coordination with the agency at this point. So I just want to be clear that the attempt seemed to be to reach out early, to get early communication going, to signal a need that may not align with the overall process in terms of timing of issuance, but could align with the other opportunities for input that you're looking for. And the applicants were also really all the issues about bycatch species and salmon that were raised today. The applicants were really clear that those are of high concern and priority to them too. So there was not the supposition that input from the other affected fleets would not come into the thinking of this. I want to note with EFPs as well that an application, it's a chance to bring a thought forward and have it vetted. Until now, this application has never gone to the agency. So I know that there was past discussion that there's several instances. There was one case in 2025 when the applicants previously raised this before. They applied at the same time as United Catcher Boats, and the council advised them not to apply at that point either until there was more work done on the salmon biological opinion, which is in place now. But it also came up in the context of the whiting utilization action, and the council at that point also advised exploration in EFP as well. And so the long thinking on this has been there. It's the way that this came up was not intended to preclude from additional thinking to make sure that impacts are reduced.
Ryan?
Yeah, thanks. Just trying to do a little more thinking on this and what might play out, right? I mean, I appreciate the comments by Ms. Yaremko, right? We have a November and June process the council has set up that's married to specs, for good reason, right? It's connected to the set-aside, and all that's correct, right? So I think it still has a lot of discussion with the applicants. We don't have an application yet that are planned. I think we would strongly encourage them, assuming they would want to fish this just beyond 2026, that would be part of this process looking forward, because it would need to tie to the next 27, 28 specs process, and we have a process for that. But Asia is also correct, right? If you're talking about 2026, just that fishing year, This would be tied, my understanding from their presentation, to already issued, harvesting their already issued quota and staying within their currently incidental set aside. So with that said, we would probably then have to come back to that November discussion and see if we were going to, if NIMS was ready to move forward with an application thinking it was warranted for 2026, then we'd have to find out another way to try and overlap public comment period at a future council meeting, I think, as Asia mentioned, and say, for example, March. But again, this is all pre-decisional. We still haven't seen the application. I have workload issues to try and figure out who could even work on this. There's a number of questions that I raised to the applicants of wanting to have further discussions with them and with our science centers regarding the genetic sampling. So there's still a lot of variables here. But at least that's kind of how I see things, that how they could play out. But I do think it is important to note that those are kind of two different things. We issue EFPs on the groundfish world per the regs annually with the ability to renew and to get at Ms. Fenson's question, that time for kind of terms and condition discussion is usually when we go into the council for public comment. But of course, if we did that for 1 year and then you're looking at a renewal of an application and you decide later now with the next one you want different, you want to make recommendations that terms and conditions can be altered, that can always be done. The terms and conditions we issue in the initial permit can then be modified, when we renew applications on an annual basis. I mean, that process is iterative, as it should be, right? You're testing out in a lot of things and you learn things. We've done that with all of our EFPs to some extent, not necessarily major tweaks. So hopefully that at least sets out a little bit of the parallel world between council action and NIMS work under the EFP regulations.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Heather?
Thank you. And I was thinking about some of the information that you just shared, Ryan, well, first I want to start by appreciating that the applicants have offered to do a lot of the work, but then also thinking about the process being outside of the normal EFP process. What does that look like? How does that actually work without the intent that was described to not affect other priorities? And so the idea that it would be published in a Federal Register notice that overlapped with the council meeting, my comment is getting to this, is then how do we notify our advisory bodies and others that would be a comment? Is this something we would need to talk about under workload planning, find a space for it that's not already there, which is kind of a priority? I did hear you say maybe under the NIMS report, but again, how do we notify our GMT and our GAP and the public that there's an expectation that they would comment on this Federal Register notice? So again, I'm just thinking about the details. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Okay. All right.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, to the chairman for question. This is a little bit off the top of my head, right? And we can talk about this more workload planning as need be, right? I mean, there's a few areas where you could give guidance, right? We do have 2 council agenda items in November where this may come up. You have EFP's preliminary already on your agenda. You have NIMS priorities, where you'll have our assistant administrator as well as our regional administrators here talking about too, which could be another area the council gives input. So perhaps we can explore this further in workload planning, and I can think about it a little, but I think there may be a few places you could do that.
You're right. Okay. Corey?
Thanks, Chair. A couple thoughts here. I'm hearing a discussion about sort of the value of the council process that we have around EFPs and matching that with the reality that legally applicants can go directly to NIMS right now. And I think in hearing a little bit of what Mr. Wolf was saying, that I think it's a council assumption or just a personal assumption that the agency always does the best they can in everything they do. That includes things like terms and conditions for EFPs and literally everything they do that we ask them to do and they do on their own. And I think sometimes the council can get a little bit big in its britches. You know, ultimately, everything we do here at this council is just advisory to the National Marine Fisheries Service. So what is the value of the council and the process as we currently have it? And that is bringing in things like, in this case, it would be GMT analysis. We would have gap input. You know, it sounds like it was maybe a start of a conversation, but not a full one. And it sounds like, you know, it was probably a fragile one that could have used a little bit more support, but wanting to have that difficult conversation be able to happen in the gap. And the salmon groups, those folks having an opportunity to be able to weigh in as well. A really important part to me is dialogue between people, and that is important for things like conservation groups as well as industry folks who are smaller and may not have as much representation or ability to participate in this council or with NMFS directly. And when you have a Federal Register process, you know, that is largely a one-way street. You know, you submit something on email and that is what it is. The council also, as it does in everything that it does, it builds the record for NMFS, it increases transparency, it brings in the expertise, and it even takes in some of the workload. And I heard Mr. Wolf briefly do that, and I won't try to paraphrase that. I think, and I'm hearing this from Asia generally, I'm hearing it around the table, I've heard it several times from Krista, and the council is working on it, which is, can we improve our EFP process? And I think the answer is yes. The FEW is working on this. This was something that came up under the, shoot, I can't remember what we're calling them now. Special projects. Thank you, Rebecca. The special projects. So I'm hoping within a couple years, or it's my expectation and hope that in a couple years, the FEW has completed its work and we're able to rethink all of our EFP processes for all of our FMPs. For this one in particular, I'm hearing that while there is a very good chance that some of this work may come back to the council for some of the processes I just mentioned, it sounds like that's not for sure, that it would depend a little bit on when NMFS got to this, when the public comment period would be open, and it would depend on the council agenda. So just noting some trepidation there that it might, / probably, but not for sure, come back. And I just wanted to note that I'm in hearing Asia talk about this and thanking again the authors of this for coming to the council meeting earlier this week. I really appreciated that and am impressed by sort of the depth of what they provided, which is that I don't see this as an intent to sort of get around limits as they've been set. I didn't read it that way. And so for me, fundamentally, it's about, is there a real need to be fishing in this geographic area at this time, and how the benefits in fishing in this area are distributed? The area right now is just deeply sensitive, and thinking about like the Klamath and the dams coming down, and also all the very real and difficult situation that commercial and recreational fishing on the North Coast has been facing. It's been extremely real, and this council is working in different ways to try to relieve some of that. But for me, this just feels like the wrong time. There's just such a small margin of error. And even if there are clear limits and the sector is keeping within those limits, there's still risk. So I'm just going to stop there. Marcy, thank you for this. I plan to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. All right. Lynn?
Thank you, Chair. Not to keep belaboring this, but I'm really torn here. There have been at least one EFP that I can remember that went straight through NMFS. But we also have a process set up to review EFPs so we get the holistic look. The whiting industry is very important to Oregon. The salmon industry is very important to Oregon. So I feel like sort of trying to choose the favorite child on this motion. The applicants did reach out to me. We happened to be at an event together a week or so ago. And after that, I did reach out to our salmon folks, because as you all know, I don't sit in the seat for salmon for ODFW. They didn't have a whole lot of time to get back to me, but they did have some concerns about the potential for bycatch, because that area does really impact, especially Southern Oregon. And because of the process concerns and not being able to fully think about the salmon implications compared to the ground fish implications. I'm probably going to abstain from this particular motion, which I know has its own implications. I'm just unsure on the process, and I don't have enough information from our salmon folks to really say yay or nay at this point. So I do appreciate the robust discussion we've been having, and all the reasons why we're having them. But I just figured I should let you all know what I'm thinking about and why I'm torn. And yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lynn, for your remarks. I appreciate the torn nature. And I guess that's why I would like to just take a bit to explain the recommendation to not prioritize this particular EFP development and review outside of the council process. We've heard a lot about the need for stability, the need for utilization of our sustainable groundfish stocks. The EO is aiming to stabilize markets and improve access and enhance profitability and prevent closures. But in terms of priority, given that the CP sector is so highly attained already at, nearly 85% since 2016, that's pretty good utilization of the CP sector allocation. And so, not to say that that there aren't still needs there, but in terms of trying to maximize profit and prevent closures, their allocation is already highly attained. And so perhaps, thinking about EFPs and thinking about the executive order and the objectives of the EO, this particular activity, among all of the other priorities and things that we're wanting to do to achieve the executive order, I would just, assert that this might not be among our highest priorities in light of the attainment that's already occurring in this sector. Thanks.
Dr. Burden? Oh, Asia?
I'll try to be quick because we've spent way too much time on this meeting overall, but I do want to say that I don't think that the gap discussion on this was appropriately characterized, and so I do want to clarify the record there. I think that there was a quick discussion of it, but I don't know that they did not. It was a comment that was largely submitted under open public comment, so I don't think that they got the chance to bring forward what they were thinking in their discussion. They did spend time on it, and that the description that Merritt offered, I appreciate him offering it on short notice and not when he was expecting to, but it wasn't the way that discussion went. I'm concerned about the wording issuance in this. I don't know. You said aloud review and development. Again, I want to say that the applicants did mention that they were not asking for prioritization above and beyond all the things that are already happening. And so, and I hear that that's what this motion says is not prioritizing review or development, but I'm not clear what you mean on issuance. So I would love some clarity on what you mean by issuance there. And then I want to say more broadly, optically, a motion under an executive order agenda item deprioritize or speaking against issuance of an EFP may not be the best look, but I'll leave that for you guys to think about in whatever way you'd like to. So thank you.
Dr. Burton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been really not wanting to weigh in on this discussion, but since we've been here, I have received a couple of complaints from the public about not being able to comment on this. And that raises, I think, the question of notice that Ryan was mentioning a bit ago. So I would ask if NOAA General Counsel, I think Sheila is online. I hope NOAA General Counsel can weigh in and maybe provide some clarity for us about the notice issues that we seem to be facing and asking ourselves at the moment.
Sheila?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Okay. Thanks. Getting used to this new system. Yeah, I think this one is a bit of a close call notice-wise. I mean, there is sort of a tie-in to the executive order agenda item, but it does seem like this one tips over into the council weighing in substantively on the merits of the EFP proposal. And so, I think there are concerns here that are justified. And, the agenda item does refer to the council providing guidance in terms of prioritizing. So it seems like an option here would be to provide guidance, without the formal motion, and that would resolve some of the notice concerns, as Ryan mentioned previously.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Hassler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some comments, but they're related to this moving forward as a motion. If it becomes guidance, that's moot. So maybe I'll just step back for a minute and see how we proceed here.
Okay. Rebecca?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with trepidation, stepping back into this, I think it's really difficult here, as it probably would be for any EFP, to separate the normal process from the merits, whether or not this would be something that the council would like, along with all its stakeholders, once it's formally in the pipeline. But I believe I heard Mr. Wolf say something about having a council record of discussion or guidance rather than recommending to NIMS about priorities. So it might be good to get more clarity on that, what would work best. And I'm not sure I followed the legal guidance we just got. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, to the chair, thanks, Dr. Lynn, for the question. Yeah, it's consistent with what General Counsel said because of the potential notice concerns. I think this discussion has been, and with the language on the screen, is been very clear that we can take this back as guidance to think about as we're looking at this. We don't have an application yet. We would definitely take this full discussion as well as the language here if it was considered guidance. So I think that was the intent of my comment as well as General Counsel's, was I think the intent of this would get across and probably be more appropriately characterized with the notice of actions here before the council under this agenda item. I hope that's helpful.
Director Burton?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to just expand a bit on this current dialogue. And it does relate to something I said earlier in this meeting. Guidance is helpful when there's consensus around the council table. And so absent the consensus, I usually ask for a motion. And so now we have a process issue. I think what I heard from General Counsel is perhaps we are in a violation here. So I think maybe this is wordsmithing a bit, but I don't hear guidance because I don't hear consensus. I hear concerns of some council members. And so I wouldn't convey this as a consensus guidance from the council if we stop here. I would make sure that NIMS treats this as concerns from some council members. So I think it's important just to say that, make clear that that is what happens if we stop here, is that NIMS has heard some concerns, but it's not a unanimous thing around the table. So don't know if that matters to you all, but I did want to make that clear.
Thank you, Merrick. Heather, and then Krista.
Thank you. I just want to say we also don't have a proposal. There's no EFP application at this point. Under open public comment, I think that was done in a way of like helpful to the council. We're thinking about this. We're planning to submit it to NIMS. Going to the GAP was helpful to get the idea out there, but there is no application at this time for EFP. Maybe if there's one submitted to NIMS over the summer and the NIMS report in September gives us the confirmation that something's been submitted, maybe that's where we talk about what does the process look like. I'm just throwing that out there.
Thank you, Heather. Krishna?
Yeah, thank you. Well, firstly, because we have not withdrawn the motion, I will say that if this becomes a motion, I will be voting not in support of, so no on the motion. And it's for a couple of reasons. One, I think EFPs, as I've spoke about, I don't even know how many times this morning, are critical to our process. But secondly, we did not notice this, which we've now had guidance from General Counsel. I have been over here frantically emailing and texting people from industry saying, hey guys, can you please get on? Or what do you think? It certainly has not provided time to meaningfully consult with people. I would be much more comfortable with this as guidance. I am concerned about what our executive director just said in terms of generalized guidance, and that's simply because the previous motion that we had up on this agenda item, we withdrew as guidance, and now I'm questioning, well, is that some of us, not all of us, et cetera. So I think for clarity purposes, if we're going to do guidance, then we do guidance, and I think it is fair to characterize, going back to this conversation, kind of how the chips have fallen moving forward. So just putting a caveat there in that one. And I will just reflect for a minute on the whole conversation around, hey, this would be applicable for this year. And we've already essentially got it covered with our allocations. You know, that, I think it was the March meeting, it really stood out in terms of concern around allocation within the whiting sector. Again, have not consulted with anybody within the whiting sector, but even if the allocation is already out there, what is the impact to people with this EFP? So hopefully, because November is right around the corner, we can bring this forward, have the council weigh on and alleviate a lot of people's concerns, and also have the opportunity to consult with people. The one other thing I will just highlight, I think some of the consternation that we are hearing is slightly unfair to the CPs. They have been transparent in the process. They at least did us the courtesy of coming in and saying we're planning on doing this. And it is something that I would hope we would want to encourage, because people do have the ability to go get the EFPs outside of our process. And I do worry that in having this type of motion or this type of conversation that, excuse me, we are going to discourage people from being transparent with us in the future, rather than really engaging in the whole process. And just, again, pointing to the few, I think anything we can do to streamline so that we don't have this disconnect between the council process and the NIMS process would be important. So thank you.
Okay, next question. Butch?
My grandmother would say this is a wingdinger, and that is for sure. And, you know, it's surprising how many people have your cell phone number. in this process that you didn't know about, and I'm surprised it's not smoking and on fire. But that's besides the point. I look at this. You know, we promote and support and try to find a way to open access to our fishermen. But we also have got to be aware that it doesn't put the other fishermen out of business to do that. I think when those three gentlemen, I think it was three, sat at the table, I think when they said, or what I heard they say, we don't have to come here. I think that was taken out of context by some. What I heard was, hey, we're here, we want to be open and let you know what we're trying to do here. I do hope they went home and maybe are thinking their game plan on this issue and knowing the importance on being inclusive maybe before they drop this EFP. Like Ms. Riding said, the register method is a very sterile and unhuman type of process, where this process, the exchange of ideas, the concerns, the staff that we have to answer those concerns, to me would be an advantage for a person that was trying to do this, so they could react and maybe shape their fisheries accordingly. So I am not for one to get the council sued. And so, you know, I get this motion and I could support it if it fit in what it's supposed to fit in, and people were able to comment and whatever. But if by the motion being out of place, I mean, I have to think that. But I just want to make sure that this is a volatile issue. You know, like I said, when my comments back to him, timing is everything. And I just want to make sure this, whatever happens, this process is vetted and the proper people are able to comment in a public forum. And that doesn't mean that I think that the gentlemen that were before us were trying to do anything but that. But the perception of going around the council process scares a lot of people, and I will say that. And that's not a thumbs up or a thumbs down for this. I would like to see what the scientists and the people who know much more than me could figure what would be caught. But I think my colleague Mark stated that there's not much wiggle room right now for anything to be taken in the salmon world, and there's caps on the other fish that seem to be at the levels right at the tippy top of those. So anyway, those are my thoughts, and in no way am I throwing cold water on somebody wanting to look at new avenues, way to take healthy stocks of fish out of the water. But I do have those concerns and what we're doing here. So, and I would have these concerns if it was off the coast of Washington. I support fishermen and communities, but also the conservation needs of this process, and I'd like to see those be carried out to the fullest extent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to get to what Executive Director Burden said, because I have a slight disagreement. I actually do think we have some consensus guidance here, at least to NIMS. I think NIMS has clearly heard that consistent with its regulations, well, I'll just say NIMS has clearly heard from this council that should it want to move forward with this application and deem it warranted, that it come back to the council to allow for the council's ability to weigh in that in a public process manner that gives us their input, not just on whether NIMS should or should not issue it, but where we should prioritize it or any potential terms and conditions or suggestions that might come from the council. I've not heard a single person, including the applicants, suggest that NIMS shouldn't at some point, once it has an application, whether it's when the federal notice is out and the public comment is out, or whether it's through your processes, that it would not come back to the council, or that it shouldn't come back to the council. So I've heard clear guidance that if I were to receive an application and NIMS was to deem that it was warranted, that we would take this discussion and we would then have to come back and figure that out, probably at a future workload planning discussion, or it depends when we get an application. But at least that is something that I've heard that's been consistent throughout all of the comments, as opposed to NIMS just doing it. And you're right, the regs technically say we may consult with the council, but I think we've heard enough here that that the council's strong recommendation is that NIMS does bring that back to council when you have an application. We've heard a lot of discussions about when and where that might occur, at which council agenda item, whether it's consistent with your groundfish COP processes. And that's where I've heard conflicting views. But I think that core point still has been shared by most everyone who's intervened, including the applicants during their public testimony on day one.
Thank you, Ryan. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ryan, for the additional clarity. And with that, I'm absolutely comfortable withdrawing the motion. I appreciate your summary of the next steps.
Mark, that's okay, right? Okay. Hopefully we have a consensus around here. That's good. I think we do. All right. Okay. Mark?
And thanks for that, Ryan. I really appreciate that. Because when I think about priorities to this council, priorities to the state of California, I'm thinking of prospective changes to groundfish regulations that will reopen some opportunities that have been missing for some years. And so I think that in terms of benefits to the nation, that's something that strikes me as far more important, personally.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Okay. Corey.
Thanks, Chair. It seemed like we were sort of wrapping up this agenda item. Is that accurate?
That's the hope.
Okay. Well, hopefully in brief, I have another motion, if I may. Hopefully it's a short one.
I hope. Please go ahead.
Okay, the Tower of Power. Great. Thank you. I move the council adopt the advisory body reports under this agenda item for refinement and application of criteria to the identified council actions to determine their alignment with the EO and the prioritization thereof, as outlined in the situation summary for this agenda item, and further council action in September.
Is the language accurate?
It is.
Okay. A second. Second by Rebecca Lett. Thank you. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Chair. This is just kind of recognizing we had a little bit of a garbled process today, and earlier exchange with Asia and her first motion, and then the decision to turn the second motion into guidance and come up with a process plan. And this is just kind of checking the box and recognizing that we did have several advisory body reports, and I wanted to just provide clarity moving forward that those reports should be considered for inclusion by council staff and NIMS staff over the summer as they work on this, for putting in sort of that first bucket to go into a table. Of course, I read the situation summary as saying that there is latitude for the staff and for NIMS to interpret that and come back to the council in September with recommendations, whether it be in a draft table or other. So this is just making sure that those are included in the process that goes forward this summer.
Okay, very good. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion? Director Burton?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for you, Ms. Ridings. Could you help me understand what this does that's different from the motion we adopted earlier this morning?
Thanks, Director Burden. I think earlier I had asked Asia when she did her first motion, which is a series of thoughtful bullet points, was, did this include everything that the advisory bodies had put forward in their reports? And her response at the time was that it did some, but not all, and that a second motion was going to be forthcoming. So just recognizing that that second motion didn't end up becoming a motion, but was guidance and might move through the process slightly differently. Just wanting to sort of cross T's and dot I's that those advisory body reports would be included in that first bucket, sort of as described by the situation summary. I realize there's probably some overlap there. Sorry, I should have said that initially. I suspect there's probably some strong overlap with what was in the motion, but just being specific, if anything wasn't, but was in the advisory body reports, that those also be included.
Okay. All right. Discussion. Not seeing discussion. I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Thank you, Corey. All right. Kelly, quickly before someone raises their hand.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Just a quick recap here on the work you've done this morning. You've provided guidance on the range of actions to be collated and prepared for your September briefing book, where we will be taking final action on the Council's response to the executive order. Further recall, earlier we had this motion 2 that was pretty far reaching. That motion was withdrawn, but we understand there'll be some efforts afoot over the summer to take those ideas that were in that motion and flesh them out a little bit further. And we're anticipating that would be a council member report in the September briefing book for broader digestion and consumption. And we can determine at that time which parts of that might be relevant to our formal response to the EO or just in our communications to the NIMS AA at a future meeting. I do want to point out, because I know it has been a question, for the September quick reference, we are anticipating that every advisory body will have an opportunity to comment on those materials in the September briefing book. You'll see under workload planning, many groups are anticipated to meet online in advance of the meeting. So I do believe we'll have some robust opportunities for advisory bodies and public comment to weigh in before you take final action. And then just on the last measure, heard some good dialogue. I'm pretty clear, I believe, as Ryan noted, that he has heard that the council is very interested to engage further on any EFP applications that the agency might receive. So with that, I believe you've completed your work here.
Okay, Kelly. Thank you. Well, it's no surprise we're behind. So we're going to do a quick lunch. So let's keep on campus, potentially do a grab and go, whatever it takes. Let's be back here at 12:30. Really too far behind. There will be planes to catch at some point in time. I know that. Or buses. All right. See you at 12:30. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. A few things left on the agenda here on our last at the June council meeting. With that, I'll turn to Patricia Hearing to get us going on C3. Patricia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Situation summary for agenda item C3. The Budget Committee met on Thursday last week, June 12th, to discuss a status update on council administrative grants, proposed 2025 operational budget, the 2024 audit results, which were not available, and forecast for future budget outlook. Your materials for this afternoon are the supplemental attachment 1, Budget Committee agenda, and attachment 2 is the Executive Director's report.
Okay, any questions for Patricia on that overview? Okay, with that, I'll turn to Vice Chair Pete Hassemer. So, all right, Merrick? Oh. I'll turn to Executive Director Burden. I'm bad.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are behind today, but I did want to just give you a quick overview of the Executive Director's report to the Budget Committee. That slide deck is in the briefing book. Set the stage for a good amount of conversation in the Budget Committee. So I do just want to give you the top line narrative of that slide deck if you have a chance to go through it. So starting from the top, we are in a position where we can expect to receive about 60% of our administrative grant for the year. Our no-cost extension has been fully received. The money from the Inflation Reduction Act continues to remain, but it's our base grant, our administrative grant, that's really the glue that keeps it all together. It's the thing that allows us to function. The other two grants don't do that. They provide support. So only receiving 60% of our administrative grant is problematic. Fortunately, we have been taking steps over the last couple of years, and we have been in pretty good fiscal shape. And so we're weathering things now, but if funding doesn't go back up, things will get quite challenging. As the executive directors of the councils have talked about the fiscal outlook for the councils, we are all planning on receiving less than 100% of our administrative grant for the year. And there's a fairly decently shared consensus that what happens this year with our funding will be indicative of what happens in 26 and potentially 27 as well. So all the councils are engaging in austerity measures. We are, I would say, we might be the best positioned council out of all of them, but that's a small victory. So throughout this year, we've been taking a variety of steps to reduce expenses and find synergies across our three funding streams. And if you go through the slide deck, you'll see that we've been able to bring down our provisional budget expenses by over $400,000. So I think that's a victory in our office. We've also found ways for the Inflation Reduction Act funds to cover more of our usual expenses, because as we've gone through and talked about our special projects, those special projects have become more and more core to what we're doing. And so we've talked a lot about that at this meeting. And so our staff will be, as they're part of their daily activities, spending quite a bit of time on those projects. And I think that's exciting. That has helped us fiscally. So as we put all the math together, at the moment, we do have funds to make it through the year. And so that is good. I think the way to think about where we are is to really start to anticipate what does this mean for 2026. And as we've talked about how to land this airplane that we've been trying to land, what we've been talking about is bringing it in for a smooth landing, avoiding dramatic changes that would really negatively impact what this council is trying to do. So we're trying to implement a way to graduate our expenses and any changes in operations that we need to take in response to fiscal issues. And so 2026 is where this may come to a head. And so as we think about what we want to do in 25, I think the thinking is let's set ourselves up as well as we can for the start of 2026. There are a couple of recommendations that are in the slide deck, and those have, kind of modified as we've gone through the week. I haven't modified the slide deck, but, the Budget Committee cogitated on those, and you'll hear a report from them about their recommendations, and then there have been additional conversations as staff that we've had. But I really want to direct you to three things that I'm requesting you give the blessing to do. One of those is to hold a September council meeting in a hybrid fashion. And so you'll see in the slide deck, I originally proposed a completely remote meeting. I think it's better to have it as a hybrid fashion. And you might recall when we came out of COVID, we had a meeting where we had just council members, some staff, and one or two advisory bodies, and everybody else was remote. We've gotten better at implementing remote and hybrid technologies since then. So I would recommend we pursue that kind of a format, and that would save us quite a bit of money. Not for today, but as a step that we may need to take at some point is what do we do about November? And I think we still have some homework to do to figure out what the possibilities are. But I would intend to keep looking into November, the format for that meeting, the location of that meeting potentially, and other things. And by that time in September, we should have clarity about our income for the year. So that would be something we just continue to work on and leave that as a marker that says we will come back to that conversation most likely at the next council meeting. And then, of course, there are things that I will just continue to do, and working with Patricia in particular, finding ways to save money, finding more synergies and efficiencies, finding ways to combine our grant streams even more than we've been able to do. That's just something I will continue to do, and I expect you all want me to do that, and that should help us too. And I think there's some additional headway we can make. So I would really, for purposes of decision-making today, we're not in a place to be able to adopt a budget, unfortunately. And so what we're doing is talking about managing fiscal risks. And I would really call your attention to the question about what we do for September. And I would recommend that we move forward with a hybrid meeting format as outlined in the, I believe in the Budget Committee report. So that's just my overview of what you'll see if you read through the slide deck, and there's some other information in there that shows different scenarios and how our fiscal outlook changes based on those scenarios. Happy to answer any questions about those, but thought I would try to save some time and just give you that overview. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Questions for Executive Director Burton? Okay. Vice Chair Hasselberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have a report from the Budget Committee. I would ask Patricia to please read that into the record so we understand. That builds off what the Executive Director was just saying. Thanks.
Thank you. Agenda item C3A, Supplemental Budget Report 1. The Pacific Fishery Management Council Budget Committee met on Thursday, June 12th to review the Council's 2025 funding status, calendar year expenditures through May 31st, and a revised calendar year provisional budget, and financial uncertainties related to the 2025 income levels. National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region Sustainable Fisheries Division Budget Update. Mr. Ryan Wolf informed the committee that the West Coast region is still operating under the continuing resolution for fiscal year 2025. The FY 2026 President's budget was released and is being reviewed at the congressional level. Executive Director's Report. Mr. Merrick Burden provided the committee with an assessment of the existing budget concerns, the status of funding, and expenditures through the year. Included in this assessment is a revised calendar year 2025 provisional budget of approximately $6 million, which is a reduction from the adopted provisional budget of $6.4 million. This budget includes utilizing $2.2 million of the no-cost extension funds, approximately $1.1 million in special project funds, and $2.8 million from the current year's grant. Council funding for 2025 remains a question mark. Approximately 40% of the Council's administrative grant has been received to date, with indication that additional funds will arrive that will bring the council funding up to 60% of the expected administrative grant. Further funding beyond this level is unknown. The committee discussed the possibility that the council's administrative grant funds could be reduced to 60 to 80% of the total expected funding in calendar year 2025. Such a funding reduction would have implications for 2025, 2026, and potentially beyond. With this potential impact in mind, the committee discussed actions that could reduce council expenditures. Mr. Burden outlined a few options for discussion relating to options that would impact the calendar year 2025 budget. These include keeping the vacant staff officer position unfilled, trim back state and liaison contracts, plan for a remote September council meeting, plan for a remote November council meeting, and make continuing additional small reductions through the remainder of the year to facilitate reduction of expenses. Budget committee discussion on activities. The Budget Committee discussed the possible funding scenarios and their impact on council operations. Several states are under budget restrictions, and the effect of reducing state contract funding would exacerbate currently ongoing impacts on state staffing and operations. The staff officer vacancy was also discussed, and while leaving this position vacant will affect the number and type of agenda items that council can consider, the committee recommended the vacancy remain open until funding is known. The committee discussed the prospect of a remote September and November council meeting. It was noted by staff that a fully remote September meeting would save approximately $140,000 to $160,000, while a hybrid meeting with council members and some staff in person could save approximately $90,000. The committee expressed consternation about going remote for this meeting, especially in light of the meeting being one where stock assessments are adopted. Committee members noted that there is a substantial value in after-hour stock assessment presentations and discussions prior to their adoption. A fully remote November meeting would save approximately $260,000 to $290,000. A hybrid meeting with council members and some staff in person would save approximately $211,000. The current agenda may have impacts on groundfish specifications process and adopting any remaining stock assessments. Budget Committee recommendations. Recommend keeping the vacant staff officer position open until budget is known. Recommend a hybrid September 2025 council meeting with council and some staff participation in person, and committees would be remote. Recommend the executive committee meet to consider the format of the November meeting in mid-August. Plan a September 2025 budget committee meeting to review a 2025 operational budget if budget is known, and review a proposed preliminary budget for 2026. That's it.
All right, thank you, Patricia. Okay, questions on the report? All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So there you have it. I guess we'll open the floor discussion. There's no advisory reports. We have public comment? Jamie, I guess we'll take you.
Sorry. Hi, Jamie Diamond, Recreational Fisheries. And I just want to highlight, thank you, council members and staff. Sorry. I was able to be in the gap room during the discussion about going fully remote or hybrid, and it was definitely an all or nothing type of decision for the gap, but also a lot of concern about being remote for such an important meeting with the stock assessments. And separate from the gap experience, having been through stock assessments during COVID when it was fully remote, it's a little traumatic thinking about it, because that I feel like that's where things fell apart. Luckily, we're not fully remote leading up into it, but there is a lot of concern from stakeholders about these meetings being remote and the lack of communication and back and forth that happens with the in-person. And I recognize that this is what it is, but I just want it to be on the record that there is a fair amount of concern that all the different ways that things can go sideways when you aren't able to have that direct communication with the different advisory bodies, across advisory bodies, all of that. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks, JB. Questions for JB? All right. Thank you. Okay. And I believe that. Open the floor for discussion. So, Rebecca Litt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for all the hard work on the budget. I just want to note that it's been tremendously helpful to have Katie Westfall working with us on HMS. So thank you for taking care of that gap, no pun intended, and we hope that that will continue.
Thank you, Rebecca. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair. Since I seem to be the one who starts a lot of the discussions on tough items, I'm not on the budget committee, but I sat there and listened to the intense, tough discussions that happened. We're in a tough spot that I don't think any of us want to be in. Even with our planning and the work we had done ahead of time, some things are outside of our control. And as much as it likely pain all of us, I do think we need to take some actions now so that we aren't in a worse place next year. Being remote for our advisory bodies is not ideal. We made it through COVID. There was some hiccups for sure. But if we maybe have a little pain in September of our advisory bodies being remote, maybe then we can be in better shape for November and going forward. And I know it's going to be hard on council staff having a vacant position. Not that anybody could replace Kit Dahl easily, but even just having another body there is tough. And then finally, speaking to the state liaison contracts, I noticed that is not in the recommendations from the budget committee, which I appreciate, but I know it's been part of the discussion. And as was mentioned in the report, the states are in bad shape too with our budgets. And it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to absorb some additional workload or some additional salary. We contribute far more staff hours, man hours, FTEs, whatever the terminology is for depending on who you work for, to this process than what we get paid for. And we as an agency are happy to do that because it benefits our communities and our fisheries. But even trying to absorb 2 months of FTE for somebody right now would be extremely difficult given the budget situations within the state. So I'm glad that's not on the recommendation at the moment, although I'm sure it's still out there. So just some opening thoughts.
Thank you, Lynn. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the Budget Committee's recommendation, and this is a very difficult place to need to get to, but it's my understanding that this really is the only choice available. Following up on Jamie's comment, I just want to note that looking at the draft September agenda and the scheduled Saturday afternoon ground fish assessment presentation, I agree with her remarks that there's huge benefit in that presentation environment for a lot of Q&A and discussion between members of various advisory bodies, including the SSC, the GMT, the GAP, and oftentimes, usually one or more members of the stock assessment teams. So that's unfortunate that we'll be remote for that particular activity. It really is an important discussion and actually brings about a lot of efficiencies to have the opportunity to have those discussions in that setting. So I'm sad. I guess I would also just say I understand that our special project funding is almost fully committed. We've received it all and we have plans for spending it and contracts have been executed and such. But, in my mind, what we get for the 90 grand in terms of engagement from our stakeholders and our advisors is probably the best money that we spend. So as I think about that and this, the gravity of the decision here, to me, it's unfortunate that this had to be the priority for cutting, but I do support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Elizabeth?
And I hope, I don't want to put a monkey wrench in any of this because I understand the levity and the importance of this. But back in the old days before Zoom, advisory bodies used to have conference calls, and it used to be a week or so before. Now this is a real, important meeting to the groundfish, but say there would be the oddball salmon on the agenda, and so what they would do is we'd have our meetings ahead of time, and they would send the chair to the meeting to give the reports and to ask the questions. And my thinking is could we think about, and I don't know what the expense of this would be a hybrid of the hybrid where we would have the pre-meetings where the groups would get together, and then the chairs or the vice chairs would be able to participate at the meeting and give their testimony, where I too think, coming from the sub-panel world, the importance of our constituents and the people who are on those panels are very important. And not only just to read a report, but get the flavor of watching them do it and interacting is invaluable in my opinion. I might be the only that feels that way, but in my opinion, it's invaluable. So maybe a thought to think about. I don't know what that would look like, obviously, in budget, but and I think, not all would have to take that offering. The most pertinent to the agenda obviously might want to do that if it was possible, but if it put us in some kind of, I don't want to put the council in a financial bind by any means, but maybe that might be kind of a solution in between what we heard from Ms. Diamond and what I kind of gleaned from Marcy and the importance. But that's the way we used to do business. Instead of bringing the whole SAS down on they'd bring the chairman down on a what we call a non-salmon type meeting, an oddball meeting. We call them for the salmon people, not an oddball meeting to anybody else. So watch your words, Butch. A lot of people have your cell phone number. So anyway, that would just be maybe a solution or maybe something to think about in the for the September meeting or in the future under these tough times. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. Krista?
Yeah, thank you. I'm in alignment with my colleague from Oregon in terms of, hey, appreciative of the recommendations and making sure we don't end up in a tighter bind next year by taking proactive steps this year, I think is important. I am going to weigh in on the vacant staff officer position. I'm fine with that being open until the budget is known, but I don't want this to turn into we don't need a staff officer because we haven't had a staff officer. Katie has done an admirable job and the quality of work is the equivalent of having a staff officer. Carrie has done a remarkable job, and again, the quality of work is that collectively of having a staff officer. And so when this project wraps up and Katie is no longer there, we will likely need more of a staff officer position than we currently are needing based upon the fact that we have a contract that we are getting that support on. And the second component of this is that our staff officer has historically supported the person that is working as our representative to WCPFC. We have the benefit of my attending in that position currently and being able to get that support through the organization that I work for on a day-to-day basis. That is unlikely to be the case for anybody that would be moving into that role. So your ability to rely on somebody as a scientific advisor, and I spoke to this when we decided we were no longer going to send our staff officer to international forums. I am concerned that long term, if if we do not have that seat filled, you will not have somebody that is working in the international arena that has the ability to get the information that they need through the council process. And by not mentioning it in this position, it's just too easy to say, oh, we haven't had one for a year or 2 years or 3 years. We don't really need that. We need it. We are relying on the funding and the grace of others to get us through what is a trying time. But we do need to make sure that when we budget in the future, it does include the space for fully staffing one of our 4 FMPs.
Thank you, Krista. Anybody else? Sharon Kiefer.
Having not attended a remote meeting, I can't exactly say I'm looking forward to it, but I do understand the need and appreciate the discussion and the Budget Committee's recommendations. I'm certainly not wanting to cut off conversation, but letting you know, Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion.
Thank you, Sharon. Heather Hall.
Thank you. Just want to weigh in here a bit too. I really appreciate the discussion at the Budget Committee meeting earlier this week, even though I was only there for about a half an hour of it. It was a good conversation, and thank you, Executive Director, for considering the input we had around our state budgets. It's a serious situation that we're dealing with at home, and the ability for at least our agency to absorb reduced funding in the state liaison package would be really challenging. So thank you for considering that. I do appreciate how hard it is to keep a vacancy position open. That's part of the strategy at WDFW too. Before we do a lot of other things before we have to look at reducing staff. And I know that's not a place where we want to go. I appreciate how you're flying the plane. This is really hard. And I just wanted to comment on Butch's idea that maybe a hybrid of the hybrid. I have the benefit of being able to chat with the chair of the GMT about what it might look like to bring chairs and vice chairs in person. And well, I think it's a good idea. I know the GMT is already spending a good chunk of their time preparing for the council meeting in advance through the pre-council webinars and that sort of thing. And so hearing that it might not be as beneficial as we might think. And so it also have, I just think it'd be a little bit more challenging, but I appreciate thinking about ideas like that and bringing them forward, just because it seems like we're going to have to do things differently if we find ourselves in this situation next year or the year after. So I support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. All right. Look for hands. Corey Writing.
Thanks, Chair. Just reflecting on the comments that have been made before about sort of the importance of the dialogue around the ground fish stock assessments, just looking at the proposed meeting agenda for September and thinking if all the advisory bodies and management teams were remote, then throwing this out, if we were to move things up by a day so that the SSC and possibly the GAP and GMT didn't overlap as much, that there might be ability for GAP members, GMT members to be able to attend the SSC meeting. And perhaps that's just a matter of some thoughtful agenda design for those advisory bodies, but in the spirit of trying to find overlap so that those folks do have some time, a little additional time, given it might be remote, if that could be a possibility. Definitely turn to council staff if that works or not.
All right. Hey, Corey. Anyone else? All right. Looking maybe for a motion, I heard maybe.
Mr. Chairman, if we're ready, I do have a motion. The Tower of Power should have it, yes.
All right, there we go. When you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, I move the council adopt the recommendations presented in Agenda Item C38, Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1.
Okay, the language on the screen appears accurate.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, second by Butch Smith. So, thank you, Butch. Please speak your motion as needed.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Patricia's report did an excellent job. As you heard around the table, there was quite a bit of discussion at the Budget Committee meeting and recognition that tough times require tough decisions. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Any discussion, questions on the motion? Not seeing any. Okay, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Very good. Any discussion? All right. Oh, Vice Chair Hassler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one last item. I know at the end of this meeting, it's possible somebody might want to say something about Mr. Gorelnik, but in the context of the Budget Committee, I want to thank him on behalf of the entire Budget Committee because I failed to do it during our meeting Thursday for his, I think, 5 years of service to the Budget Committee. I know he was forced into the first 3 by virtue of being chair, and you're automatically there, but when that was done, he didn't have to, but he served another 2 years on the Budget Committee and really appreciate his commitment to that and input. So again, on behalf of the Budget Committee, just want to thank you there for your service to the committee.
Yep. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you for that recognition. But please don't associate my service with our current budget's predicament.
Looking for a scapegoat there. Okay. And with that, Patricia, how are we doing?
You have completed your hard work today about minimizing our budget impacts, and I'll bring more information to you in September.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you. And with that, we'll finish with C3, and that'll turn us to C4, which is the approval of council meeting records. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, if a motion is appropriate, I have a motion.
I believe it is. Please.
But I did not want to cut off discussion.
I see no hands.
Let's see.
Is the motion been received? No.
I sent it I sent it like 3 days ago, and you sent me. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe shortly it will appear.
Take a minute and try and resend that email. Let me get to that. There it is.
Out of the ether. There you go. Please. When you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, I move the council approve the council meeting records for the 280th session, which was March of 2025 meeting, and the 281st session records that April of 2025.
Okay. Language is accurate. Do we want to reference the before? Okay. Very good.
Yes, sir.
Second by Rebecca. Very good. Please speak your motion.
Mr. Chairman, obviously no one made objection to the content of the meeting records, and so they should be approved.
All right, fantastic. In discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Well, we're moving right along here. So with that, we're going to do C5. And Kelly Ames, I believe, is when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Council members, this is C5, membership appointments and council operating procedures. During this agenda item, the council considers administrative appointment issues regarding the council's membership roster. For council officers, members, and designees, the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region notified the council that Ms. Maggie Summer had left the agency to pursue other opportunities and is no longer a designee for Gen Quan. That is attachment 1. The council roster was also updated to remove Michael Clark as a designee for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as we understand he has also left the agency. At this meeting, you're also scheduled to elect your council officers per Council Operating Procedure 1. So that is your council chair and vice chair. For standing committees, in recognition of Mark Gorelnik's term ending, unfortunately, he will be leaving vacancies on both the legislative and budget committees. These are standing committees, which members are appointed by the council chair. And so you could have the option of providing guidance to the council chair at this meeting or waiting until September when the new appointment has been made. Relative to council representatives to other forums, for the Joint Management Committee for the Pacific Whiting Treaty, Mr. Phil Anderson is the council's representative at this time. However, his term expires November 27th, 2025. The National Marine Fisheries Service has asked that you identify the new nominee at this meeting so that there is adequate time to have the Secretary of Commerce make the appointment for the 2026 season setting process. In your situation summary, you'll see an excerpt of the implementing legislation. For council advisory body appointments for the enforcement consultants, retired now, Assistant Director Greg Bush requested that Deputy Assistant Special Agent in Charge Eric Morgan be assigned as the primary NIMS Office of Law Enforcement representative to the council's enforcement consultants. That is an attachment 2, with Mr. Brian Corrigan as the designee. Didn't get this into the situation summary, but I wanted to acknowledge we did advertise for the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel tribal seat. However, that position closed with no applications. You might have recognized at this meeting Steve Hines, who shadowed Mr. Steve Joner, has been in our midst and serving on the gap. He does intend, if you all give me permission to re-advertise for that seat, Mr. Hines does intend to apply for council consideration at the September meeting. We would recommend that you make an inter-appointment for Mr. Hines. That can be done with your head nod to Executive Director Burden. He can do that. That way, Mr. Hines could serve at the September meeting, which is an important one as we kick off the groundfish specifications process. So important to have a tribal representative at that meeting. For the groundfish management team, the West Coast region has elected to fill one of the West Coast region seats on the GMT in a rotation of groundfish branch staff members. The second West Coast region position on the GMT would remain unfilled due to staffing resource limitations. The proposed rotation roster for the West Coast region seat includes Lynn Massey, Abby Moyer, Gretchen Hanchu, and Megan Mackey. Qualifications for all the proposed individuals except for Megan Mackey were previously reviewed by the SSC and approved by the council. So your action here today is to consider the appointment of Ms. Megan Mackey. For the Scientific and Statistical Committee, we advertised for 3 at-large positions and received the following nominations, which were part of your closed session materials. Dr. Selena Happel, Dr. Jeffrey Shester, Dr. Alberto Roveni, Dr. Francisco Werner. For ad hoc committees, per COP 8, based on the advice of council members and advisory committees, the council chair appoints ad hoc committee members. The council may wish to provide input on the chair's appointments to those committees. Right now, we have 2 vacancies on the Marine Planning Committee. One is the Habitat Committee position, and one is the Salmon Advisory Subpanel position. And those 2 groups have nominated representatives respectively. So Arlene Merrims for the Habitat Committee position and Kevin Goddess for the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. We also took the opportunity in this sit-sum to give you just a quick update on some of the changes and vacancies on your council advisory bodies and ad hoc committees. So there's a table in your situation summary that summarized those changes and those vacancies. Wanted to note that after the briefing book publication, we received notice that an additional member of the salmon technical team, Alex Safik from WDFW, would not be with the agency after July 1st. So that does leave only 5 people on our salmon technical team. So as we move through workload planning and other topics, we'll need to just take into account capacity there until we receive nominations to fill those seats. Council tasks under this agenda item. Number 1, elect a council chair and vice chair to serve from August 11th, 2025 to August 10th, 2026. Number 2, provide feedback regarding chairs' appointments to the upcoming vacant positions on the budget and legislative committees. Number 3, recommend a council representative to the JMC for the Pacific Whiting Hague Treaty. Number 4, appoint an EC representative and designee. Number 5, appoint a NIMS West Coast Region GMT representative. Number 6, appoint 3 at-large SSC members. Number 7, provide feedback regarding chair's appointments to the MPC, which Chair Pettinger would take into account when making future appointments. In your briefing materials, you'll see all of the supporting attachments for this action. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Hey, Kelly. Questions on Kelly's overview? Sarah Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kelly, I am curious, has the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service provided the council with a name for their new designee?
Through the chair, Ms. Kiefer, no.
You sure? Okay. All right. Well, council task is going to pop up here in a second. We'll just go right down the list. So, okay. Okay, the task is before you. So we'll start from the top and look for a hand. Asia Shabilo.
Thank you. I have a motion for item 1.
Okay, please.
I move that the council appoint Mr. Pete Hassemer as council chair and Mr. Butch Smith as council vice chair for the August 11, 2025 to August 10, 2026 term.
All right. Thank you, Asia. Second by Heather Hall. Thank you, Heather. All right. So please speak to your motion, Asia.
Thank you so much for your lovely service in the chair role and for the time that you put in as the vice chair. I'm really looking forward to serving under Pete as the chair and excited to have Butch join the rank of vice chair. So nothing more to say. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Okay. All right. All those in call for the question? Oh, Mark?
I don't get many opportunities now, so.
Oh.
I want to say that I've enjoyed both your service and Brad's done a great job. I won't be on the council to miss you as chair, but I'll still miss you. And Pete, I know that you're going to do a fabulous job. And again, I'm looking forward to the color that Butch will bring to his service as vice chair.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, we're in good hands in the coming year for sure. So, okay, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay. I'm out of a job. Pete.
Well, rather than save it for later, maybe if I can just offer words. I mean, I'm really honored by the ability to do that. It's a big role. I'm grateful for the confidence the council has in me as I think about that. It's just not two handfuls of votes or whatever, but I think your vote represents a huge network of things on our coast, people, harbors, boats, resources out there, communities, livelihoods, and that's the role I have to take on. So again, your confidence in my ability to work with the leadership team is really appreciated. Thanks.
Yep, very good. All right. Well, it has been an honor, I'll say that, to represent all of you in this position. So, okay, good stuff. As far as number 2, we're going to hold off on the appointments till after the council appointments happen, and that would be Pete's hands. On to number 3, a promotion from Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I do have a motion. I move the council appoint Ms. Aja Shumelo as the council's representative to the Joint Management Committee to the Pacific Hake Whiting Treaty.
Second by Butch Smith. Thank you, Butch. Please speak to your motion, Heather.
Thank you. Yes, I'm really appreciative of Asia's interest in this position. The whiting fishery is really important to the state of Washington, to our council. We look forward to collaborating and supporting her in this new role.
Very good. Okay. With that, I'll see your hands. I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay. Motion passed unanimously. Congratulations, Asia. Yes. Okay. Moving down. Appointed EC representative and designee. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Okay, wonderful. We like motions here.
I move the council appoint Deputy Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Eric Morgan, as the primary National Marine Fisheries Service Office of Law Enforcement representative on the enforcement consultants. Mr. Brian Corrigan would be the designee.
Okay, very good. Looking for a second. Second by Vice Chair Hassemer. Thank you. Pete, please speak to your motion as needed.
Mr. Chairman, if NIMS has confidence in him, I've got confidence in him.
All right, very good. Okay. Yeah, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you. And next up will be, I believe, Ryan Wolf. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you. I have a motion.
Okay.
I move the council appoint Miss Megan Mackey to one of the National Marine Fisheries Service positions on the groundfish management team.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Thank you, Sharon. Please speak to your motion, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief. Ms. Mackey has over 20 years of professional experience in fisheries and natural resource policy, and for the last 9 years, she's been working for either the Alaska region or the West Coast region, and has very experience in rulemaking, fishery actions, and council processes, so she'll be a great addition.
Very good. Okay, thank you. All right, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Wonderful. Okay. And then I'll move on to number 6. And that would be Sharon Kiefer. Sharon?
I have a motion.
There we go.
Mr. Chairman, I move the council appoint the following individuals to the at-large positions on the Scientific and Statistical Committee: Dr. Selena Heppel, Dr. Alberto Revellini, and Dr. Francisco Werner.
Okay, thank you. Second by Mark Relnick. Thank you, Mark. So please speak your motion.
Mr. Chairman, it is really, we talk about the professionalism of this council, and it is gratifying to see a response in kind from our applicants. This was a robust group, a very robust response to our call, and all of these individuals had wide experience. But as I reviewed the CVs, I returned back to what we heard from the SSC, a very strong desire for stock assessment support. All three of these individuals have that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. All right, 4, round of hands. All right, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. And then that motion passes with one abstention. Cool. Very good. There we go. Okay, and then right now I'm planning on appointing Kevin Godis with the SAF and Arlene Miriams, the Habitat Committee. If anybody has any discussion about that, but that's kind of where I'm leaning. So, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to make sure it's all out there for Arlene Miriams, who has been recommended to be on the MPC for the Habitat Committee. She does work for ODFW. ODFW does have somebody else on the MPC. And Arlene has actually been filling in while Ms. Watson was on a job rotation. I do not think there would be a conflict of interest. I believe Ms. Miriams would be doing a great job of representing the Habitat Committee were she in this role, as opposed to Ms. Watson, who would be representing ODFW. So just wanted to make sure that was out there, and in case there was any concerns about conflict of interest.
Okay, very good for transparency. Absolutely. Mark Relnick.
And similarly, I'd like to make a record. Kevin Godis, who we subject to the chair appointment, has served briefly but exceptionally on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and he'll do a great job.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Mark. Okay. All right. Okay, Kelly, how are we doing?
Thanks, Chair Pettinger. You have successfully completed all of your appointments under this agenda item. I won't recap them, but I did just want to look around the table and get the concurrence to re-advertise for the tribal gap position. So we'd have that close and available for your consideration at the September council meeting. See some head nods, so good to proceed. All right, thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, that concludes C5 and takes us to C6. So with that, I'll turn to Executive Director Byrne to walk us through this agenda item. So, Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item C6, it's future council meeting agenda and workload planning. This agenda item is intended to refine general planning for future Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings with a focus on finalizing the proposed agendas for September and November. These meetings are in Spokane and Costa Mesa, respectively. In your briefing book, you had an advanced copy of the preliminary year at a glance summary. You also had quick reference agendas for both September and November. Since that time, we have included 2 or 3 supplemental items, which include a supplemental revised year at a glance summary, a supplemental November quick reference, and a supplemental September quick reference. And those are supplemental because we, per usual, take into account discussions throughout the week and modify the agendas accordingly. So I'll assist you in reviewing these agenda materials, and we can discuss other matters that are relevant to council meeting agendas and workload. Then after considering the supplemental material that I just referenced and any reports and comments from advisory bodies and the public, I'll be looking for guidance from you all about whether we should restructure anything that's in here regarding our year-to-glance summary and our agendas. Let's see. A few things to do here. Council action is to review pertinent information and provide guidance on potential agenda topics for future council meetings. Provide guidance on the proposed September and November agendas and plans for future council meetings. And then also to consider and identify priorities for advisory body workload. Happy to take any questions that may exist on the situation summary. Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, I'll take a few minutes and walk you through the supplemental attachments.
Okay. Questions for Executive Director Burton? I think you're good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see. I'll start off with the supplemental attachment 4, which is the supplemental year-to-glance summary. I find it helpful to start here by getting a big picture view of where we're headed and what we're doing. So starting with September, what you see there is we'll have a fairly heavy groundfish meeting. There's quite a bit in here about stock assessments. We also have matters related to specs. We continue to have Initiative 4 update on groundfish risk tables. We'll also be looking for some feedback on the trawl catch share program review that's underway. And we'll come back again for phase 2 stock definitions. We do have one salmon matter, that's methodology review, final topics. Moving down, we'll have some typical Pacific halibut matters, and then a few things that are fairly routine, like a habitat update, our routine administrative matters. And then under the cross FMP row, we have this adaptive management scoping, and then we come back and we discuss the council response to executive orders. Let's see, in November, we do have quite a full November, as you'll see. We have a few items that are shaded on there. We do have CPS scheduled to meet in November. Included on that is the sardine stock definitions issue, which we teed up earlier this year. We also have another heavy groundfish meeting. As part of the groundfish row, I would just call your attention to the underlined shaded specifications flexibility, which is a new item since the advanced briefing book materials. Let's see, we also have HMS in November, and so you'll hear again about the HMS roadmap. Moving down the list, fairly heavy salmon matter as we start to look ahead to 2026. We also have 2 of our salmon work groups reporting back to you at that time. On ecosystem, we haven't made enough headway at this time to envision being able to host a dynamic ocean management workshop. And so you'll note that we have moved that to the following meeting, which is March 2026. And then, let's see, moving down toward the bottom, I would call your attention to a couple of shaded matters, council operations and priorities. This is a conversation we've been having for quite some time that comes out of our committee of the whole process. And then we have NIMS 2025 accomplishments and 2026 priorities. And this might be an interesting discussion as we go through the summer and talking with the regional offices and the science centers about how we align our shared interests. Moving over to March. March, of course, is another fairly heavy groundfish meeting. At that time, one thing that I would call your attention to is the stock assessment review process project that is underway with our consultant. A report will be available to you at that time, at that meeting, regarding their findings. We have placed the HMS roadmap again on March. Moving down, we envision wrapping up Initiative 4 at that under ecosystem matters. That's our risk table agenda topics. And then we are currently envisioning being able to report back on a dynamic ocean management workshop. Let's see, moving down to the bottom, you see another one of the cross FMP special project topics there. That's the socioeconomic framework. So you'll hear back from our folks at that time. I know that was of interest to many of you. Let's see, moving over to April, we do have a review and CPS of the integrated survey, which I know several folks have been tracking very closely. Moving down, I would call your attention then to we have a salmon EFH scheduled for April. That's shaded because there's some questions just about staffing and ability to carry that out at the moment. Let's see, in June's starting to get pretty far out there, so not a whole lot on that column, but there's a few matters there for you. Let's see, now we'll switch over to September, but just like to highlight a couple of things. So in advance of September, as you look at the left-hand column, there's the in advance section. So we are envisioning several groups meeting online ahead of the meeting. One of those that hasn't done this before is a legislative committee. So we're envisioning the legislative committee potentially meeting in advance. And if that goes well, we might even start having budget committee meetings in advance as well. So that's what's on our mind there. And I flagged that for you in case there's a need to discuss that further. And then you start to see the sequence of our stock assessment matters. So the groundfish subcommittee of the SSC on Thursday, the SSC following that, and then the SSC would be in session through Saturday. And there is some overlap with our groundfish bodies. There's also the interest that we spoke to earlier on Saturday. We have this 1 p.m. groundfish assessment presentation. Let's see, continuing to go through September, you'll note that we struck HMS EFPs. We took action here this week on that, so that's no longer necessary. And then a couple of, anything else I want to highlight for you? I don't think so. Let's see, looking over at November, once again on the left-hand side, we are envisioning potentially a remote legislative committee meeting. And then you see a variety of groups shaded because we're asking ourselves, what does November look like? Is it going to be hybrid like September? We're not asking you to make that decision here, but just wanted to flag for everyone that there's a question that we have, and that's why those advisory bodies across the bottom are all shaded. The ones that are struck out are envisioned to be remote. So once again, we do have questions about November, but wanted to be clear with you that this is what we're thinking about at the moment. In terms of council agenda matters, we have a couple of things that are shaded that you'll see. So NIMS accomplishments and priorities. There's still some question about the progress that will occur or maybe lack thereof regarding the take reduction team. We have stock assessment matters planned for Saturday. Let's see, moving over to Sunday, we've shaded the salmon risk tables because we have some question about how that is progressing and what we would expect in November. So we're trying to chase that down and figure out what's realistic and what the timing of salmon risk tables should be and whether November is that time. On Sunday, you'll note F5 says EFPs for 25, 26. That's a typo. That should be 27, 28. Let's see, and I think everything else I covered on the year-to-glance summary. So that's an overview of those two or three attachments, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I would suggest you take the reports of your advisory bodies.
Okay, very good. Questions for Executive Director Burton on the presentation? Rebecca Lett.
Thank you very much, and I'm very conscious of the cost. So I understand that the groundfish advisory bodies were given a choice between being remote September or November. Is that choice available for HMS as well? Thanks.
Director Burton.
Let's see. I'm not sure who gave them that choice. It wasn't me. So I think we're still evaluating the outcomes. I think everything's on the table at this point, and I think I'll just reorient you and say by the time we get to the next council meeting, we should know what our income levels will be for the year, because that's getting toward the end of the fiscal year for NOAA, and I think should have more clarity, and I think that will help determine what we do in November.
Okay, thanks, Rebecca. Anyone else? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Burden, just for my own amazement, and so there's a pretty big salmon topic on the 11th, and I see in advance there, I think they're in there somewhere, the STT. In advance means you just haven't picked a day yet to have their meeting. Is that what that means? Is that kind of, they're going to be invited to talk or have a remote, but it just hasn't been determined what day. Is that what that means? I'm dealing with the red sheet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Smith. In advance means that we are planning to host a remote online meeting in advance of the council meeting. Sometimes they are scheduled by now. Usually they haven't quite been. So that's what that refers to. Is that answering your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Butch. Okay. Any more? No more questions? All right. Well, with that, we'll go to our reports and the GMT report and Will Jasper. Welcome, Will.
Good morning, Chair Pettinger and members of the council. My name is Will Jasper. I am the Vice Chair of the Groundfish Management Team, and I'm here to read the GMT report on C6, future council meeting agenda and workload planning. General comments on remote meetings. The GMT understands the Pacific Fishery Management Council may need to consider remote sessions for groundfish advisory bodies at the September and November 2025 meetings due to budget constraints. If this is the case, the GMT offers the following list of sort of high-level bullets. Generally, the team prefers to work on weekdays, i.e. not on weekends, during the remote meetings, as not all team members are able to go into the office over the weekend and may not be able to work from home. The team discussed this preference maybe on a case-by-case basis, depending on the council's agenda and GMT report deadlines, as noted below for November 2025. The team requests that we meet at least 2 full days in advance of the GMT's currently scheduled start time, September 17th or November 12th. That GMT asks the council to consider temporally spacing agenda items where council action has sequential impacts, e.g. separate G3 stock assessment adoptions and G7 preliminary harvest specification and management measures by a full day, Sunday and Tuesday in this case. We request a webinar or a series of webinars that are GMT only, in addition to joint webinars with the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. Remote council work is difficult, and the team will need as much time as possible prior to our report deadlines to have team discussion and front-load work. In the case of a series of webinars, the most beneficial arrangement may be sequential, with the first being an informational webinar, potentially joint with the GAP, and the second being a webinar where the team starts to form recommendations and begin report writing. While joint GMT GAP webinars are a valuable aspect of coordination between advisory bodies, large 30-plus participant webinars often become unwieldy and are not conducive to efficient synthesis of complex agenda items, such as Phase 2 FPA. As the GMT has mentioned previously, remote meetings help the council budget but shift the resource burden to our respective agencies. September. Specific to September, assuming that it is virtual, the GMT would like to meet Wednesday, September 17th through Friday, September 19th, subsequently have Saturday and Sunday off, and then resume meeting on Monday with a final GMT day as Tuesday, September 23rd. As noted above, remote meetings complicate sharing and reaching common understanding around complex topics. Many stock assessments will be discussed at the September council meeting, and if advisory bodies are remote, as currently planned, there will be no in-person opportunities to better understand assessment results and assumptions. These opportunities are helpful for understanding the science by which management is informed. It would be worthwhile for council staff to consider ways for advisory bodies and the council to have additional time to address questions they may have around assessments. October. Assuming the GMT is remote for September 2025, the GMT requests to meet in person at Portland, Oregon for the October 2025 meeting. This would allow the GMT to meet in person at a much lower cost and would facilitate more effective and efficient front-loading of analysis for the 27-28 harvest specifications and management measures action. However, if the Council can only allow in-person attendance at either the October GMT meeting or the November 25 Council meeting, the GMT would prefer remaining in person at the November 2025 meeting instead. If attending in person at the October 2025 meeting is possible, the GMT also requests the Council staff explore opportunities for GAP participation, be that fully in person, remote, or hybrid. November 25. The GMT feels strongly that November should remain an in-person meeting, especially if we are remote for both the September 25 Council meeting and the October 25 GMT meeting. If the November meeting is remote, the team would prefer to start at least 2 days before the GMT meeting start date currently listed on Friday, November 14th. Additionally, if the remote agenda stays as is, the team would prefer to work over the weekend in this case due to report deadlines. The GMT feels that the structure of the draft November agenda necessitates the GMT working over a full weekend to effectively meet report deadlines, recognizing that weekend work results in complications for some members due to agency policies. January 26. During harvest specification years, i.e. January of even years, the GMT overwinter meeting is especially critical to meet in person and should be preserved as an in-meeting option. And finally, additional meetings. Members of the GMT will also be participating in a number of ancillary meetings and work sessions outside of council meetings over the next several months, both as members of the GMT and as part of their other duties. Many of those meetings are part of the 25 stock assessment cycle, and a non-comprehensive list is found in Table 1, which I will not speak to at this time. But with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Will. Questions on the GMT report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to thank Mr. Jasper and the GMT for trying to come up with a plan. I know being remote is not ideal given what's coming up in September and November. We really do appreciate you all trying to come up with a plan and take into consideration the state workload and restrictions on when they can work, et cetera. I think that's going to be helpful as we digest this agenda item and figure out how to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Thanks, Will.
Thank you.
All right. Next up will be the GAP report and Susan Chambers. Susan. Is she there? See her. Drop down. Susan, are you there? Okay, let's come back to the GAP. Let's just drop down to the SSC report and Dr. Jason Schaffler. Jason, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler, and I will be reading Agenda Item C6A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed workload planning and has the following updates to its April 2025 statement under this agenda item. Star Panel 2 will cover benchmark assessments for chili pepper rockfish and California quillback rockfish on June 23 through 27, 2025 in Santa Cruz, California. The meeting will be conducted in person and broadcast for listening and remote public comment. The Star Panel will be Cheryl Barnes as chair, 2 CIE reviewers, and 1 additional reviewer with knowledge of West Coast groundfish assessments. Representatives from the GMT and GAP have been confirmed. Star Panel 3 will cover rough-eye, black-spotted rockfish, and sablefish on July 14th through 18th, 2025 in Seattle, Washington. The meeting will be conducted in person and broadcast for listening and remote public comment. The STAR panel will be John Field as chair, 2 CIE reviewers, and Chris Free from the SSC. Representatives from the GMT and GAP have been confirmed. The SSC Economic Subcommittee proposes conducting a review of the Trawl Catch Share Program review in advance of the September 2025 council meeting, so that feedback from this subcommittee and the SSC can be addressed prior to final action scheduled in November. This review could occur as a virtual meeting in late August or early September of 2025. The SSC Groundfish Subcommittee will meet to review update stock assessments for widow rockfish and yellow eye rockfish, full stock assessments that have been through STAR panel review in 2025, and catch-only projections before the September 2025 council meeting. The SSC suggests a 2-day in-person meeting in Seattle, Washington on August 12th through the 13th, 2025. The meeting would be broadcast for listening and remote public comment. Representatives from the GMT and GAP are requested. At the September council meeting, the Groundfish Subcommittee requests to meet in the morning of the first day of the SSC meeting, September 18th, to review harvest specifications and other QA/QC that might be required. If further review and discussion of groundfish stock assessments and rebuilding analyses, if needed, are warranted, the SSC Groundfish Supplemental Review meeting is anticipated during the week of September 29 through October 3rd, 2025. Depending upon the degree of complexity of any review materials, this meeting could be in person and broadcast for listening and remote public comment. The SSC recommends that the SSC Salmon Subcommittee hold a salmon methodology review with participation from the salmon technical team and any other appropriate advisory bodies or subcommittees October 8th or 9th, 2025, pending selection of final topics and completion of materials. Given the potential impacts of 2 topics on California fisheries and comments in April about public accessibility of Sacramento River Fall Chinook work group meetings, the SSC recommends holding the methodology review in California and ensuring an accessible broadcast. The Salmon Subcommittee requests that if the meeting will take more than 1 day, it be scheduled as 1 full day and 1 partial day rather than 2 partial days. The SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee anticipates conducting its annual review of the Ecosystem Status Report Science Topics from 1 to 5 p.m. on October 6th, 2025 as a virtual meeting. Based on the proposals put forward by the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team at the March 2025 council meeting. For the November 2025 council meeting, the SSC proposes to meet for 2.5 days, starting November 13th at 8 a.m. The SSC proposes the Coastal Pelagic Species Subcommittee conduct a review of the new Southwest Fisheries Science Center, Northwest Fisheries Science Center integrated survey in early 2026 to identify any issues or additional analyses to be conducted prior to use of these results from this survey in CPS stock assessments. And everything that I just told you is presented in the table appended at the end of our statement. That concludes our the SSC statement, and I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Schaffer. Questions for the SSC report? Okay, Jason, I'm not seeing any here, so hey, thank you. Okay, let's go back to the GAP report and Susan Chambers. Susan? Okay, not there yet. So let's go to the EWG report and Dr. Tommy Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Dr. Tommy Moore. I'll be reading from agenda item C6A, Supplemental EWG Report 1, Ecosystem Work Group Report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The EWG discussed workload planning during its meeting on May 7th, 2025. For this discussion, the EWG reviewed the proposed ecosystem management agenda items in the council's preliminary year-at-a-glance summary, September quick reference, and the November quick reference. For November, the EWG recommends unshading agenda item G6, Initiative 4, risk tables, so the council can further its discussion on salmon risk tables. During the EWG's May 27th meeting, it was noted that Dr. Corey Green, one of the leads on the proposed salmon risk table, has retired from NIMFS. One of the other leads on this effort, Dr. Will Satterwhite from NIMFS of Southwest Fishery Science Center, indicated that work was still proceeding and would likely be ready for review by November. The EWG anticipates meeting virtually prior to the September meeting to discuss cross-FMP issues, including the Adaptive Management Special Project. If the salmon risk tables or other pertinent topics are selected for council discussion in November, the EWG anticipates a half-day virtual meeting in October. And that concludes our report.
Okay. Thank you, Tommy. Questions for Dr. Moore on the EWG report? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you. All right. We'll go back to GAP report, and if Susan isn't available, Sarah is. So, Sarah? Okay, Sarah?
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, wonderful. I will be reading the GAP report. Referencing the preliminary year-at-a-glance agenda, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel suggests prioritizing Specs Flex as soon as possible based on the council discussion at this meeting. Referencing the proposed September agenda, the GAP suggests adding a marine planning item to the September agenda. The Marine Planning Committee is tentatively planning to hold a meeting in August to receive updates on the draft programmatic environmental impact statement for aquaculture opportunity areas, transmission planning in California, the Oregon offshore wind roundtable process, and more. Lastly, as mentioned in E8, the harvest specs planning for 27-28, I believe that should say 2027 to 2028 there. The GAP reiterates its concern about a virtual GAP meeting for September and potentially for November. In-person meetings would facilitate discussion about the ramifications of incoming stock assessments and harvest specifications that simply cannot be held via remote options. The GAP considered a skinny GAP or reduced GAP concept of having one member of each sector attend the council meeting and conduct a hybrid meeting with the rest of the GAP members and provide and public remote. Ultimately, the GAP hopes that any cost savings of conducting only a remote GAP meeting in September may potentially afford allowing an in-person GAP meeting in November in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Questions on the GAP report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. And lastly, not least, would be the HMS AS report, and Dave Rudy. Dave.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pettinger, Council, and staff. Again, my name is Dave Rudy, representing the HMS AS. The advisory subpanel reviewed the September and November quick reference proposed agendas. We're supportive of meeting remotely in September, but believe there is a need for the HMS advisory bodies to meet in person in November. This will allow the advisory bodies to weigh in on actions that took place over the summer at the regional fishery management organizations and their subsidiary bodies. This may result in the need for more detailed and informed conversations to allow the council to provide recommendations before the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission meeting and HMS roadmap next steps, especially as we begin to get reports from exempted fishing permit fishing activities this summer. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dave. Questions on the HMS AS report? Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dave Rudy, for weighing in just to support this. I think there's so much going on. The FIW will probably meet 3 or 4 times before we're together in November, and that's an important timing for international meetings. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you for the comment support.
Anyone else? Right. Thank you, Dave. Okay. That takes us to official reports. These are public comments. Do we have any? 0? Okay. All right. Moving right along with that takes us to council action, which is before us. So open up the floor for discussion. Then Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. It's getting late in the meeting and my eyes are very tired. Just try to, I should have asked this earlier, clarification on the September QR agenda. To me, the SSC is bolded indicating they would be in person. Is that correct? And then I'll have a follow-up.
Oh, yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, that's correct. The bold format indicates who will be in person. And so you see like a in-person SSC, budget committee, the ground fish assessment presentation would be both.
Okay, like I said, it's just my eyes are very tired, and I wasn't positive I was seeing the bold. And then on the groundfish assessment presentation, since I know that will be of interest not just to council members but to GAP and GMT members, I think you just hinted at that may be available hybrid, both in person and for people to listen in online. I think that'll be an important opportunity. Just trying to get a little better idea on the plan, if that is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Who else? Rebecca.
Yeah, I just want to mention, thank you, Chair, that we haven't heard any news yet about the timing of the take reduction team. I assume it cannot be any later than December, from what I understand from the council, from the National Marine Fisheries Service. Thank you, Chair.
Ryan?
Want to continue discussion here? Give me a second, and I can follow back up shortly. Just give me a second.
Very good. Okay. Anything else? Caroline? Good night.
I didn't hear my question. I didn't hear an answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was a question. I thought it was a statement. But yes, I can confirm that yes, that would be a hybrid setup. So we broadcast it so people could listen
in. Okay. Okay. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Outside of the September and November agendas, I did want to come back to a request that was made earlier in the meeting under the in-season item for a special or earlier SSC Groundfish Subcommittee meeting to possibly review the quillback stock assessment earlier than the scheduled August 11th and 12th meeting. I just wanted to flag that for council staff consideration. I just didn't want that to fall off the list. So a request doesn't necessarily need a response unless Executive Director Burden needs to.
Director Burden?
Yeah, thank you. We have not forgotten. What I would suggest we do is work through these agendas and dispense with this, and then we can come back to that question about the quillback review, as well as there's a question about 2026 projections. And so we're prepared to speak to that, but I think probably best to focus on these here for now.
You have another question?
Yes, thank you for that response. I did have another question, but I think maybe I'll start one piece of the September agenda item, but I wanted to make sure Ryan had an opportunity to answer. If he was ready, I'll wait.
Ryan?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry. To Rebecca's question, just to quickly address that. Yeah, we have committed to sending a notice to establish the team by the end of October, but convene the first team meeting by the end of November, so prior to December. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Krista.
Thank you. Related, I think, to both meetings, just noting that we did mention that we were going to bring up COP 20 under the few agenda item for September in terms of potentially bringing language back. So I'm wondering if the hour that we have currently budgeted for that agenda item is sufficient for anything that we might need to do. So more of just a heads up there. And then as a part of that, one of the recommendations that came forward was that we would potentially move our EFP cycle to a November and March, in which case we would likely want to shade an EFP topic in the November meeting for HMS based upon that decision. So kind of a placeholder there on that one.
Okay. Thank you, Krista. Lynn?
Thank you, Chair. To the GMT report, their request of some of their scheduling for September with the GMT being remote, they have some specific requests on timing, partially to accommodate, I think, the NIMS members of the team not being able to work or not having access to their offices and computers on the weekend. So I'm hoping council staff can work with the GMT leadership to pencil out what days work best for them to accomplish their work, given some of the limitations on participation. Or Mr. Wolf may be telling me that something different on work availability. But I just would request that council staff has the opportunity to work with GMT leadership to schedule their meetings to help them succeed on their work.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off then. I was just going to say we can do that. And NIMS is getting more flexibility to participate virtually for council meetings in particular as one of the exceptions, international meetings as well that are outside normal business hours. But we can work with what you just said. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. All right. Caroline? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to echo Lynn's comment, and thank you, Ryan, for the clarification. I interpreted the GMT statement to mean really two things. It was one, it was front loading the days, not just because of a potential restriction on weekend work, but also just for extra time to coordinate a heavy workload associated with stock assessments and gearing up for our specification process. So I'm just noting that while the GAP report didn't echo that, I would hope that there would be a lot of continuity between them to allow for that coordination ahead of time. I do want to target in specifically on one agenda item right now on the groundfish portion for Monday, September 22nd. It's G4, the Initiative 4 risk tables. I'm of the understanding, but I'm welcoming some discussion around the room, that the risk tables are already integrated into the stock assessments and therefore don't need an independent standalone agenda item, that will be covered under G3. And if there's any ancillary or additional information that needs to be considered, it could possibly come in maybe as an informational report or some other avenue rather than an independent agenda item. And I'm bringing that attention specifically because, we've identified this meeting is going to be remote. As one of the former GMT members who lived through remote land, it is very challenging. So that to the degree we can provide as much focused on needs for the team and advisory body attention, I think that's in everyone's best interest. Thanks.
Dr. Bird?
Yeah, thank you. I guess thinking about the similarities between agenda item G3 and G4, my thinking is that it makes sense to keep them separate. And the reason for that is that they're functionally different decisions that we're potentially making. So adopting stock assessments, the SSC will bring you a BSIA determination. There's very little for the council to do under that agenda item. Initiative 4, the risk tables, this is a convergence of the science that's coming through some of these assessments, as you referenced. But then perhaps more importantly for this body is what do we do with that? And so that's a policy discussion. So what is our response to that uncertainty or to that risk? And that's something that we haven't discussed yet. And so that, to me, those are different decisions, and it makes sense to keep them as separate agenda items.
Caroline?
Thank you for that response. I think carrying that out a little bit further, I think that the decision or information should or could be processed along with some of the flexibility measures. And so maybe there's a time in the future where that might make more sense or might allow for a more comprehensive discussion on how they fit in. But again, just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. All right. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to note the request from the SSC for the Economic Subcommittee to meet ahead of the September meeting to provide input around the trawl catchers program review.
Okay. Good. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. It seems like there was a lull. I did have one suggestion for November if we're ready to go there. I don't sit for HMS, but was asked to relay the request to unshade the roadmap, HMS roadmap in November, unshade that. Thank you.
Okay. Who else? Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, not to pick on risk tables specifically, but I'm also getting hailed on back channels that for the November meeting, G6 for salmon, the initiative for risk tables, while the EWG did recognize that the work is complete, there was a lot of recognition about the staffing loss, both at the National Marine Fisheries Service and on the STT. And so there was a big flag as to whether or not the right advisory bodies would be available and fully staffed to appropriately weigh in on that particular item. So I do want to flag that as potentially noting there's still time to discuss that in September, but making that clear that there may be more benefit in waiting until everyone is staffed. Thank you.
All right. Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Just noting with what Ms. McKnight just shared, I don't disagree with anything she said. Just, I think I would prefer, if possible, to keep it shaded for the agenda and address that in September.
Okay. Little sidebar discussion. Oh, Corey?
Sorry, I was just told that I misspoke. I think I said I'm agreeing with Ms. McKnight, which is keeping it shaded for now, not removing it. And then in September, we can address to make sure. Before September, we can figure out if we have the right people, if NIMS has the right capacity, and if November's the right time. But just keeping it shaded on the November agenda so we can address that in September.
Fair enough. All right. I think we're getting close here. I can feel it in the air. Oh, no, Corey.
I get it. Thank you, Chair. Just really briefly recognizing from the gap, there was a request to add a marine planning item to the September agenda, and they specifically talked about a potential draft PEIS for the aquaculture opportunity areas. This is something the council has had a lot of interest in the past. So just want to flag, depending on how that moves forward over the summer, just flagging we want to make sure that the council does have an opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay. Director Bird?
Yeah, thank you. I would appreciate maybe just a confirmation that that's what you want to do, because we've gone back and forth on what to do with the Marine Planning Committee as wind energy has kind of died down here with the Trump administration and our staffing issues and things like that. So if there is a desire to have a marine planning conversation in September, just maybe a little more confirmation from you all that that is what you want, or the alternative is leave it to a QR letter process or do something else outside of the council meetings. So just want to hearing what Ms. Ridings is saying and just want to explore that a little bit more with you all.
Okay. Is everybody good at that? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping my little gremlins in my computer were going to be popping up and telling me what to say here. I have suspected, just given some of the stuff with the current administration, that we would be having a bigger picture discussion about the Marine Planning Committee. Is that a body we still need? How often do we need it? Those resources, are those resources better used elsewhere? One of the little voices in my computer is saying a QR could be a QR and would not need to be an agenda item, but the MPC could meet before the meeting and wouldn't have to meet at the council meeting, but could have maybe an online meeting and help develop a QR letter. But I suspect, as I started to say, this may develop into a bigger picture discussion about the role the MPC has, given the change in priorities with the current administration. Hopefully some of that rambling made some sense.
Dr. Burton?
Yeah, thank you. It does make sense. Let me just put a finer point on my question. So Mr. Kerry Griffin is helping the few push forward, and then he would take up the marine planning exercise if we did do that. So if we pick up marine planning, I mean, a QR letter is no light lift. That takes time and energy away from the few. And do you want to do that?
Caroline?
Thank you. I guess I'll just note that the decision was just made here to, in the spirit of cost savings, to not fill an open council staff position, which means less staff is doing more. And so I think someone over here to my left said, tough positions mean tough decisions. And so I'm not necessarily seeing this as an immediate need, but I'm happy to hear more. But I am also trying to be very sensitive that we're stretched thin anyway, and there's a tipping point for everyone in terms of how much we can be asking staff to do and engage in. So happy to hear more, though.
Okay. Carol? Krista?
Yeah, I'm going to weigh in on this one because it really is coming down to staffing, and you heard me speak earlier about the need to long-term be mindful of it. I would prioritize the few in this case simply because it is part of an FMP, and marine planning is important. And I certainly have relied heavily on them in terms of making motions related to wind energy. I don't think that it is specifically related to aquaculture, although that has certainly come before us in terms of marine planning. And I do think we may want to consider QR letters, et cetera, as the need may be. But we also had a letter, I believe it was in public comment, with regard to mineral and offshore rights. And so while we may not be taking it up between now and September, longer term, we probably are going to need to continue thinking about how best to utilize this committee as the needs change, right? We were using the MPC heavily with regard to wind energy, but marine planning is not only about wind, it's about anything out there that impacts fisheries. So I do want to put a spoke in for MPC and the need, but if I have to prioritize between the two and pick children, I will pick the few for this next meeting.
Okay. Thank you. I see everybody shaking their heads. All right. Okay. Anybody else? Going once? Anybody else? Lawrence?
Did we come to a conclusion on the Quillback issue, or we're going to come back to that?
Dr. Burton?
Yeah, I would say let's get through the agendas here, and then we can bring up the Quillback and the 2026 projection question.
Okay, so on the agendas, we're good for now? All right. Fair enough. Is that part of this agenda item or after? Yeah. All right, we'll move into the Quillback situation.
Yeah, I would maybe look to Ms. Ames and see if she can just walk you through our latest thinking and exploration that we've done on those two questions.
Kelly?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Executive Director Burden. We have been kind of light on our feet hearing the request of the council at this meeting for both the 2026 projections for Canary, Petrale, and short spine, as well as an earlier SSC review of the Quebec, California assessment. So given kind of how our council meeting overlapped over the weekend, we are just having some good email dialogue with the SSC about what that will take. We're working on getting all of those steps coordinated, but our plan for California Quillback would be the process outlined in the terms of reference, whereby we have a groundfish subcommittee meeting to review the STAR panel results and then a subsequent SSC review. We are asking the SSC whether it is possible to have their review prior to September 18th, which is the earliest on the current schedule that we would have them convene. I know they are discussing what is possible and assessing availability, but I believe we will be able to accomplish the council's objective there. Once we get the date identified per normal process, we'll put out an e-blast and let you all know what that date is and what how to connect to that meeting. We are also working through what is needed with regard to the 2026 projections for Canary, Petrale, and short spine. So I believe that request will also be achieved. Just need to get all of those pieces in place. So making good progress. Thanks.
Okay, Kelly. Thank you. All right. So, question, Caroline?
Just a comment. Thank you very much, council staff and subcommittee meeting people who were responding to emails, and NIMS and council staff, everyone. We just really appreciate the quick jump here to help support the in-season action that we took, and just want to express gratitude for that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Kelly, how we doing on this one?
All fine from my perspective. I'll look to Executive Director Burden to see if he has what he needs.
Okay. Director Burden?
Yeah, and appreciate the discussion. I did make a few notes. We did have, let's see, looking at November 1st, I made a couple of notes around the G6, just looking into staffing changes or challenges rather, and whether we could pull that together in November. So that's already shaded. I think it makes sense to keep it like that. I did hear a request to unshade the HMS roadmap discussion in November. And there was also a question about EFPs. Wasn't able to track all of my emails about that, but here you go. We will resolve that one. Let's see, looking at the, where did that go? Oh, and then looking at September, I also made note of a question about whether an hour was enough for I-4. We think it is. Usually that agenda item takes about 30 minutes. The COP consideration there that's coming out of the HMS roadmap is should be pretty specific. So we're envisioning an hour being sufficient there, but we can always take a harder look at it. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I think we are doing pretty well. I also did make note of a question about the Econ subcommittee meeting in September. That's related to a budget question. We would need to renegotiate the contract with Northern Economics at this point. So I think it makes sense to look to November for that. That would integrate a little more seamlessly into the workflow. So not dismissing that idea, but just trying to time it so we don't have to renegotiate a contract and spend more money that we're not trying to spend. So happy to take any questions or things that I've missed, but otherwise I think we're in a pretty good place.
Okay, very good. All right, with that, that'll conclude D6 or C6. And before we close this meeting, we probably should maybe have a few kind words for our former chair And
it might be a struggle for some, but
and we don't get a chance to do at the banquet, right? I think it's a great place. We're still live, so people can hear our appreciation, Mark, for all your good work and your leadership. And as an example, I mean, I'll start off because I'm chair. I could do that still, but yeah, just to really turn into a great friend. And we've got a common bond by second our motions early on in our experience with the council, and it's just been a great joy to be around. I've just been watching you as an advocate for your community, for your state, for your fishery. Really outstanding. I just say that it's been wonderful, and I look forward to seeing you in the future. This is just not the end of the beginning of this relationship, and it's been great having you on the council. So with that, I'll just Vice Chair Hasselberg.
Thank you. Likewise, I'm sure hoping we get a chance to toast you at a November banquet, but I had the rare privilege of serving one term as vice chair under Chair Gorelnik, and really appreciate that. And I do want to acknowledge this time my 2 years under the leadership of Chair Penninger. Incredible people, and what an opportunity to learn every day, and great leadership. So thank you very much. And of course, I look forward to Butch coming up here to the table. But at this point in time, those two, and especially Mark, thanks a lot. Whether it was chairmanship or talking fishing gear or whatever, great time.
Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll save my best material for the barbecue whenever that happens for Mark. But besides Mark almost getting us killed the first day he was on the SAS, he's been a great member of the SAS. I had the privilege to work with him on that. I had the great privilege to be co-counsel persons, and he took us marvelously through some tough times through COVID and did an awesome job. And Mark and I have the ability to laugh at each other and laugh at ourselves, and I know it's unusual without me sending a couple barbs his way or the other way around, and I'm not going to do that this time because I'll wait for the barbecue. But I judge things by did somebody leave something better than when they got here, and I think Mark did. I think, Mark, we are better for having you in that chair. We are better off having you in this process, and I want to thank you for your years of dedication and your friendship.
Thank you, Butch. So, Corey?
Chair, it's hard. I just want to say thank you, Mark, for everything. It's been just a joy to work with you and sit here next to you. And I've learned a lot, and it's actually really hard for me to imagine being up here without you. So you will be greatly missed, and I hope you decide to come back, whatever that means. We will see you again and continue to benefit from your expertise and the attitude and the love that you bring to this process.
Thank you, Corey. Oh, Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I know others want to speak. So professionally, on behalf of NIMS, NOAA, and the Department of Commerce, we thank you for your service, Mark. You've done a fantastic job in your many years here, both as a councilwoman and then, of course, with the added duty as steering us in the role of chair. And personally, I just have really appreciated getting to work with you both on and off the floor on many things that we share in common. And you are going to be missed. And I just echo the comments that hopefully you won't be a stranger.
Thank you, Ryan. So, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Grelnick, I've only worked with you in this format for a couple of years, but I know a lot of ODFW salmon folks have been working with you for many years and wanted to, on behalf of them as well as myself, express our appreciation for everything you've done, primarily in the salmon arena, but also as a council member and then as leadership of the council. We really appreciate all you've done.
Thank you, Lynn. Rebecca?
Thank you so much, Mark, for holding my hand in this first year. A lot of people out in the field singing your praises. I'm getting messages now to make sure we say a proper goodbye to you. And thank you for all the salmon. I am so full of omegas. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rebecca. Caroline, good night.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to say thank you, Mark, on behalf of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. But really what I want to say is I thought you'd just stick to salmon. And little did I know you were going to venture far into groundfish territory. But your tenure here has been so great that it's hard to say goodbye. Because I feel like across, our careers, you're here with us day in, day out. We call you on a whim, we email you on a whim, and you answer. And so it's hard to let go of that. It's hard to let go of that same knowledge base and capacity that we grow to depend on. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for being passionate. Thank you for always sharing your catch with us. And I hope you do not go away. And I still have your phone number. Yeah. So thank you.
Nice. All right. Okay, Mark? Nope.
So I had planned to prepare comments for each of you, but I don't think we have the time for that. I will say it's been a great ride. It's been an honor. And privilege. I'll miss sitting around the table with you guys. But watch out, because I'm going to be out there. And I do know that whomever sits here is going to do a great job. And you'll soon forget about me.
I doubt that. Okay, I doubt that. But there is one more thing that needs to be done, and I think you have the honor of doing it, Mark.
Well, I think you need to make sure that there's an opportunity for discussion on this motion.
Okay.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
All right, need a second? Second by Sharon Kiefer. All those in favor?